Wave your. Somebody said to me, I don't have a phone, I have a stone. And you know why she called it a stone? There's no internet. All right, I want to say a very big thank you, warm appreciation to the convener of Train the Trainer Summit. Please, she stepped out of the hall. When she comes back, I want us to give her a big, big hand. Mrs. Augusta Olachi Anyanwu Egbom. I want us to give her a resounding applause. Now, we have some special guests in our midst. I'm sure you're wondering, why is a policeman here or a policewoman here? You're wondering, right? Don't worry, nobody is getting arrested. The only thing we want to arrest is your mind. All right? Nobody is going to sell. The only cell we want to, make an impact on is the cell that makes you a human being. So we want to change your mentality. That's why we had to bring an officer of the law to enforce it into your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we have David Folarami in the building. Please give him a big hand. And yes, I'm seeing all the fine people who are going to be speaking to you today. I think I saw Jennifer behind, Lady Jennifer. Please give her a big hand. You know Lady Jennifer? Wow, okay. We are in Morocco. Sorry, we're in Enugu. You're home. I thought Mr. David is from here too, right? You know him too. But you didn't make some noise like I mentioned. I'm coming now. Let me shift to this side. We have a very dynamic police officer. Trust me, I have a lot of police officers as friends, from the HQ in Abuja to my place of primary assignment in Asaba. I have a lot of police officers as friends, but there's something spectacular about this one. I met her in the course of this conference, and after hearing her speak, I realized, I've heard about her before, And I want you to pay attention. When she gets the microphone, you will enjoy every minute with her. She's a fantastic officer of the law, and she's here with us all the way from Warri. Can you imagine that? That's like 6 hours, I believe. Let's give it up for CSP Omashetemi Agbede Zuokumo. Let's give her a big hand. She's the divisional police officer of Ogborikoko Police Station. Do we have any Warri person here? Anybody who has been to Warri? Area. Warri not the carry last. Even for Enugu states, they did it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a great time. But I want to walk us through a few things. This is the Train the Trainer Summit. Talk to your neighbor. This is the Train the Trainer Summit. Say it again like you mean it. And it is one of a kind. I've never seen something like this in Nigeria, moving from one state to another. And what are we doing? I'd like you to memorize this theme. Empowering our generation next leaders. Say that to me. Raising children to thrive and lead. That's what we're doing here. And we have a culture where we shine the light. I don't know, have you been schooled on it? Okay. Let me be sure that you've been schooled on it. Shine the light. No, you've not been schooled well on it. Let me school you perfectly on it. It is, please, we are in Nigeria. I'm sure you know. This is Nigeria, Abi. Anybody think that we're not in Nigeria? Perfect. This is Nigeria. And this is Enugu State. And this is the city of Enugu. Abi? All right. So we're going to do it along those three lines. Shine the light, Nigeria. Shine the light, Enugu State. And then shine the light, Enugu. Are we together? You know, you guys are so blessed too. Both your states and your capital bear the same name. You know, when I was here many years ago for my NYSC at the Enugu State Broadcasting Service, it was one of the intriguing moments. I'm like, wow, I'm used to Delta, Asaba, Edo, Benin City, Enugu. So let's do it. 1, 2, go. Shine the light. That's not Nigeria now. Come on now. Say it like you mean it. Shine the light. Shine the light, Enugu State. Shine the light, Enugu. All right, bring out your mobile phones. Let's test it. Put on your touch light on. So we're getting ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker would actually officially welcome us to the event. Not really a speaker, she's our convener. She's going to welcome us on board properly. Let me see your... Some people don't have phones. Officer Timmy said you've got stone. All right. Raise it above your head. Nice. I'm sure the photographers can get a very beautiful picture. Now, if you know somebody that should be here and the person is not here, call that person. The things you will hear here today, they will change your life forever. I've been listening. I'm also a trainer, all right? I got an 11-year-old, so I'm a trainer as well. So the things I've been hearing here, trust me, I went home the other day and I sat my boy down. I said, do you know about sex? He said no. He was lying. Yeah, it was lying. How can an 11-year-old have never heard sex? That's a lie, right? And I asked him, do you know penis? He said, yes, I know penis. You know, I was now teaching him the things I've learned from this place. So raise your phone light on. Let's do this together. Nines. Beautiful. Shine the light. Can we just rise as we do it so it becomes more colorful? Are you ready? All right, raise it above your head. Good. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. One more time. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Make some noise. Yeah, thank you. You're very cooperative. You can... Wow, I like this crowd. Interesting. So we're waiting for our convener. Thank you so much. Waiting for our convener to come up and talk to us and welcome us the right way. Whilst we're doing that, I can see we have Lady Sandra Annie in the building. Please give us train the trainers welcome salute. Now, let me walk you through the way we do it. We do it in different ways. We do it with the clapping of our hands. So you clap 10 times and you give it to her. So can we try that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly. I'll teach you the other one later. We've got 2. Now, we are available on social media, big time. We're available on social media, and I want you to pay attention. The guys on the console, can we have our social media handles? Let's have it up. We're available on social media. Did you pay any gate fee to come into this place? You didn't, right? So what we want you to do for us is very simple. Just follow us on social media. I saw your phones. They don't look like stones. Those are indeed phones. So on Facebook, we are Duke's Infant and Child. Do it now. Just do it now. Go to Facebook. Duke Infant and Child. On Instagram, it is Duke's Infant _Child. On X, it is TDIC Foundation. And on WhatsApp, that's the number. Now, I don't want you to copy the number and put it on your jotter or on your speed dial. No. Copy it, save it, and say, Shine the Light Enugu. That's the message we want to see. We want to be sure that you are responding to us. How about that? So that's the number, 0811-889-9848. That's the number that you're going to save as the Duke's Infant and Child. Because all of this Train the Trainer Summit is brought to you by the Duke Infant and Child Foundation. And we're going to be hearing from the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, who also doubles as the convener for the Train the Trainer Summit.
Mrs. Augusta Olachi Anyanwu Egbom is a distinguished business strategist and dynamic leader with a transformative impact in Nigeria's banking sector, known for her expertise in business sourcing, client relationship, management, and strategic leadership. She currently serves as regional bank head in one of Nigeria's top-tier banks. She holds degrees in communication arts and public relations with executive training from the Lagos Business School and other prestigious institutions. Her professional affiliations include NIPR, NIMN, CIBN, and ISMN. Beyond banking, Augusta is the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, Shopper Home, My Errand Gurus, and Ostola LLC USA, and co-founder of My DigiPay and the Tonola Empowerment Initiative. She is also the convener of the Train the Trainer Summit, a national movement empowering educators, parents, and community leaders to raise confident, value-driven children and future-ready leaders. Her vision is to inspire policy reforms that redefine childhood education and leadership development across Nigeria and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Mrs. Augusta Olachi Anyanwu Egbom, FSM, the convener, Train the Trainer Summit, founder, the Duke Infant and Child Foundation.
Good morning, Enugu. Thank you for joining the movement. Thank you for believing in our country, Nigeria. Thank you for believing in the strength of our next generation. Thank you for understanding that the future is now. So please, a round of applause for everyone, parent, teacher, here. If you have a child or you are someone in a position where you nurture, you guide or model for a child, you are the child's guardian. Whether you're the biological mother or a teacher or even caregiver, you're a guardian, you're a model for that child. So we are gathered here today, not the normal summit you know, but to equip you as guardians of our next generation. We are looking for a kind of country where each and every one of us will be proud to belong, where we will not have our younger generation trooping out of the country for greener pastures. That time is now. What we need to do is now. When we are growing up in school those days, they used to tell us that we are the future leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. So, part of the target audience for this Train the Trainer Summit are also educators. So whether you are a parent, a guardian, even a house help, as in we call them carers. You are an educator. You're a guardian for a child. So today is for us. Raising a child in 2005 is not the same as raising a child in 2026. Things have changed. I remember Professor John Otu yesterday in Abakaliki told us that pedagogy has changed. I listened to my 9-year-old son tell me about stereotypes, and sometimes when he tells me things, I go use my Google to understand what he's talking about and the words he's pronouncing. Yes. And sometimes when he asks me questions I don't really understand, I'll be like, oh wow, yes, tell me about it, because I don't know. And to be sincere, the kind of assignments, me, with my 2 degree, I don't know how to solve them. Things have changed, times have changed. We need to step up as mothers, as fathers, as parents, as teachers, to meet up to the 21st century challenges. These are children, by no fault of theirs, woke up with modern technology, mobile phones in their hands, parents scrolling on the dinner and dining tables, not paying attention, a lot of distractions in the internet, a lot of distractions around their upbringing. So we need to step up as parents of the 21st century. So we are saying this training will equip you, will future-proof you as a guardian of this next generation. When we gathered in Delta State in November 2025, we thought that we're just doing the summit as the passion and vision that brought it to bear. But what we saw in the hall was mind-blowing. Some of you, if you're following our social media handles, you will see the live session in Asaba. You're about to experience the same thing. I tell you, even the media people that came to cover the event left what they were doing and they were learning and writing. So I want to confirm, do we have everybody with your jotters now? Okay, so I am not giving too long speech. Once again, welcome everyone. All our distinguished guests, educators, parents, guardians, and champions of our next generation. Like I said, when we gathered in Asaba and Warri last year, precisely on the 15th for Asaba and 16th of November 2025, it was just to put forward the idea of equipping our next generation trainers. And the aftermath was birthing a movement. Today, we can confidently say that Trendy Trainers Summit has moved beyond concept into impact. How many of you are following the Dukes Infant and Child Foundation? Bring out your phone now. Bring out your phones. Search media. Can you display that on the screen? We had 1,000 capacity hall. It could not contain the crowd. We had to shrink the workspaces. We had people sit from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., not ready to go. The same thing repeated in Warri. Enugu, I believe you'll catch the fire today to light up our nation, to light up our world, to light up your corners. Through practical sessions today and honest dialogue, the summit will achieve the following outcomes. Teachers and caregivers will be equipped with modern tools for emotional intelligence, mentorship, and character development for our children. Parents will be reawakened to the influence of first teachers as role models and themselves as role models to our children. And stakeholders will be confronted with the realities of digital exposure and embrace their responsibility of guiding children with wisdom, not fear. Guiding children to navigate the internet world, the social media pressure with confidence, not fear. A shared national consciousness would emerge around us, how we should be able to raise our boys and girls to be grounded and be purpose-driven and leadership-ready. We'll have experts talk to us about emergencies we are not seeing right now, from the menace of drug abuse from our young population. We call that, as we speak, a pandemic right now. We'll build on the success of what happened in Delta, the pilot scheme, and equip you as well. So Trendy Trainers Summit is a convergence call for all destiny molders of our children, of educators. If you have a school, you're a community parent, because you have gathered like 200 families in your space and you're guiding them. You're a community parent. And we are saying we are going back to community parenting. It mustn't be your child. If you see something going wrong, you should be able to draw attention, look for the person's mother, look for who knows the father, and say, there's something I'm noticing. Please, can you check on your child? If you're seeing a child not doing anything, driving an SLK, please try and draw the guardians, the parents, the teachers, or someone's attention. Or let's be our brother's keeper. Call the boy. Oh, Sochiku, wow, where are you working now? Congratulations, I can see you already have a car. Let's hear what Tochukwu will tell you. Let's begin to go back to community parenting. So, as the movement goes around the nation, like the MC said, we're in Abakaliki yesterday, we have done Okar. This January, we are covering 7 states. And before August 2026, we should have spanned across the nations, sometime the nations. But right now, the states in our nation and FCT. So, thank you. So, be sure we are not just trainers, we are torch bearers. We are not just caregivers. We are gatekeepers of our children's destiny. The future of Nigeria, I keep repeating it everywhere, is not in the next election, is in our next generation. So, I want to charge you all, come with an open mind, make it interactive, feel free to raise your hand, pause any speaker, bear your mind, we're here to talk to each other, to equip you, and to hear your pains, so that we'll model what we have seen across the states to champion something for childhood education in Nigeria and for our teachers in this nation. Thank you very much.
Brighter future. The Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, advocating for children's brighter future.
All right, trainers, teachers, parents, please let's give the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation and our convener Okay, hold on. Let's coordinate it, all right? So let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you very much. So are you ready for our first speaker? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? Ready? I asked a question earlier. If you paid a dime to come into this place, and somebody said, who said? Did you pay a dime? All right. But we want you to pay something. And that would be attention. Pay attention to the next speaker. And without further ado, I'd like to just bring her up already. I'll just give you a brief of our bio so you have an understanding of whom you are going to listen to. Her name is Lady Jennifer Ekweme. She's a voice for the total child and the modern family. Lady Jennifer Ekweme is a passionate educator, family life advocate, and a visionary leader committed to raising the total child through the combined strength of home, school, and faith. She leads Sama Private School, the Safe Hands, a thriving learning community founded in the year 2016 with a mission to raise children for a balanced life built on Christian values and the spirit of excellence. Under her leadership, Sama has become known for its intentional approach to education, where academic excellence is integrated with moral formation, spiritual grounding, and leadership development. Distinguished guests, parents, teachers, guardians, please give it up for Lady Jennifer Ekweme.
Good morning, Enugu. How are we today? Are we sure? Okay, good morning. I want to say a very big thank you to the convener of Train the Trainer Summit, Madam Augusta. Your strength is admirable. You know, I woke up this morning so tired and I was wondering, how have you done this and you continue to keep moving? Well done, ma. And you know, I just want to say that you're not just showing up, it's being impactful. From Oka, you know, I said yesterday in Ebonyi that when I went to Oka, I went as a speaker, but I came back with loads of lessons because there was so much to learn from everybody. In fact, showing up here has even shown us a different dimension to a lot of things. By the time you're done listening to DPO here today, you would have a different perspective on life. When you listen to Mr. David, to Ms. Sandra, and to every single person here today, I think it's a beautiful gathering, and we want to say thank you for remembering to put Enugu on the map in the course of this. We are very grateful. Okay, so we have a lot of teachers here, right? And we have a lot of parents here, right? Okay, so we'll start with one very simple activity. Please respond. So I would want you to clap if you picked up your phone this morning as soon as you woke up. Just clap, one. See, we're going to be honest. We're going to be honest. Think about it. When you woke up this morning, the first thing you did was pick up your phone. Clap, one. Beautiful. Clap more if you told yourself, I'll just check on my children when I'm done scrolling through my phone. I'll check on my children when I'm done scrolling through my phone too. Beautiful. Then make it longer if just scrolling through your phone spanned into 1 hour of scrolling on your phone. Just keep clapping. We know. Nobody's judging you. Good job. We listen, we don't judge. Beautiful. So this morning we're here the theme is empowering our next generation, next leaders, raising children to thrive and to lead. And you know, growing up, they will tell us that it takes a village to raise do we agree? It takes a village to raise So who is the village? Who is the village? We are the village. The parents are the village. The community is the village, right? The teachers are the village. In church, they are the village. But unfortunately, the village is distracted. Do we agree? The village is distracted. And a lot of things have legitimately distracted the village. So when the village is distracted, who is going to raise the child? Do we see we have a huge problem on our hands? So today we're going to be looking at practical ways to help our children thrive. We'll look at the problems and ask ourselves how we can go about it. So raising children to thrive and lead is truly something that must be done with intention. I would always want to give the illustration of planting a crop and allowing weeds grow. You don't tend to the weeds, right? But if we want to raise a crop, if we want to tend it, if you have a garden and you want your garden to blossom, you must tend to the garden, true or false. Our children are like that garden. So the question we're going to be asking is, are our children going to be that garden that is not tended? And you know, when a garden is not tended, thieves can come into the garden and pluck the fruits, and you don't know. Animals can come into the garden and destroy the crops, and you don't know. And you're there waiting for the crops to grow and to bear fruit, not knowing that a lot has been destroyed. You know, as parents, I've just been thinking this morning about how critical the role of parents are. 15 days ago, on the 2nd of January, my mom passed. And it made me realize that, you know, right now, for my children, there's no grandmother. I'm now that highest figure. I'm now that one they look up to. And whether my mom did a good job or not, that one is gone now. I'm here, the product of whatever was done or was not done. I'm here going to deal with the society, whether I was well brought up or not well brought up. So you see that the greater problem is with the society now. It's not with her. She has run her race and she has gone. And we are here. So the responsibility of parenting is enormous. It goes beyond people saying, oh, you raised a good child, to the society wondering, what have you brought into the world? If you raise a thief, it is a thief we're going to see. I remember our celebrity policewoman saying, when someone said a police person harassed them on the road, she said, now give us. It is what we raise that we see. You can't plant thorns and expect roses to grow. You can't not do anything and you expect a superstar to emerge. There is work to be done, and that work must be done with intention. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Okay, I'll use my phone instead. So I want to ask a question. Permit me to use this chair. So in the life of every child, there is a role the parent must occupy. There is a seat in the life of every child, that seat that determines direction, that determines guidance, where their moral compass is formed. It is supposed to be occupied by the parents. But unfortunately these days, a lot has happened. Parents are busy hustling. Parents are distracted. Parents are fighting themselves and have left the main issue. And in the process of that distraction, in the process of the fight, in the process of the hustle, that seat in the life of the child is empty. And the children are asking, parents, where are you? Society is asking, parents, where are you? The reason they are asking that question is because they need guidance. They need direction. But everybody is busy. You know, I will often say that parents go around hustling for their children and forget to see the children they are hustling for. And at the end of the day, what now happens? You go and hustle for the child, and then there is no child to eat the fruits of that hustle. So right now in the room, we're here in the Train the Trainer Summit. And the question is, what do we do? How do we help redirect these parents? Because for us that are teachers, if you're a teacher here, please raise your hand if you've had parents that complain about their child doing terrible things, but they never show up in school. Parents that expect their children to be mighty men and women. You know, my child failed maths, and they come and they're attacking you that their children failed. But you call for meetings in school, and they never show up. Raise up your hands. Beautiful. How many of you take your time to write in communication books? That one pains me a lot. You finish writing in communication book with your last strength, and they don't acknowledge. Raise your hand. Beautiful. You pass an information to the parents, and then the parent calls you the next day to say, nobody told us that you were going to wear white and black to school today. Raise your hand. And you find yourself apologizing for. So what do we do? So in the midst of all this now, who is suffering? Who is suffering? The child is suffering. We are educators. We are trainers. What do we do? How do we help the child? That's the big question. Do we now leave the children and say, your parents are distracted, your parents are disconnected, your parents are hustling? So what happens to the child? How do we help the child? I think I should throw this open. How do we help the child? The child is suffering. The child is neglected. You see some of them come to school very dirty. In fact, I have one Gen Z mom that I see her status. She's always posting beautiful pictures of herself, you know, where she's dancing. She goes for workout every day. She looks very pink. But her children come to school and their underwears are smelling. And then the teacher will tell you that this child is always itching. Some days they come without underwears. In fact, the first day they reported it to me, I said it's not true. Because I know the parents. You know, I see the parents. You know, I see them when they come for school run. I see them on their statuses. They look very pink. But rot is happening with the children. Do you think those children are being raised to thrive and to lead? They are not. The children are neglected. They are abandoned. We've carried phones and given to them and told them, okay, just engage yourself so that I can engage myself. Most times, what we're asking them to do, I know someone that is so addicted to K-pop drama that her children now know how to speak Korean. They've never left Nigeria, but the children know how to speak Korean because of how much she has watched K-pop drama. And at every point, she gives them a tablet. And she'll tell you it's educational stuff they are doing there. So that she can focus on her K-pop drama. And one of the days, what jolted her back to life was that one of the days, she now realized that every time her son is sleeping, the boy is screaming like something is happening to him. So she now called and said she doesn't know what's wrong with her son. He never sleeps all through the night. He's always screaming and shouting something. So I now said, over time, you know, you're trying to look for what the problem is. And we now said, check what he watches. She said, no, it's only YouTube Kids that he watches. I said, where does he watch the YouTube Kids? That she gave him her old phone to watch the YouTube Kids. Apparently, we know that when you go on social media with the children, even you as an adult, when one thing finishes playing, something else comes up. Coincidentally, she looked into the phone that the boy was watching and saw something very scary. In that cartoon, you know, the thing comes and it's like it's attacking and the person is supposed to be screaming. And this is what this child has been watching to sleep for as long as possible. Naturally, the boy will be traumatized when he sleeps. That is just one. That is horror, right? We know of children that from their phones, they are exposed to deep pornography. We've had a child before where the parents came to school to complain that she wasn't able to access the child's portal. And we said, okay, bring the devices to school and we will help you sort it out. When she brought the devices to school and we tried to open it, if you see the mature porn sites that this child had been visiting, we opened it and we closed it immediately. And we called the woman to say there's a problem. And she said, no, these children, they will not kill me. Or when I'm on the poultry, dealing with the chickens, where will I have the time? We are hustling and we are leaving the children. For every parent in the room today, the children are asking parents, where are you? When our children are born, they are not born with anything. They call it tabula rasa, right? I hope I'm right. What are you feeling into that child? We have a responsibility to take the driver's seat and fill up our children. If we don't, something else is. You see, the devil did not fold his hands and in allowing you to raise that prim and proper child that you want to see. He's going to come after your children. And he will come after them by trying to take that seat that you have left empty. Even the Bible says that when a demon is cast out, when he wants to come back, he comes back with a reinforcement. Devil will now see empty seats and he will leave you. He will drive it for your children. And he will drive it through the opinions he's going to give to them. He will drive it through the friends he's going to bring around them. Do you know who your children's friends are? Do you know who they associate with? Do you know who their greatest influences are? See, you're not being paranoid as a parent if you want to know who your children's friends are and know what schools they attend and know what church their parents attend and try to be friends with their parents. It means you are taking the driver's seat. You're not being paranoid. But today, the question is, where the parents have failed, what can the trainers do? We have a responsibility to these children. We have a responsibility to see them. We have a responsibility to nurture them. We have a responsibility to teach them. You know, when educators understand that we are co-creators, when we understand that we have the power to create how our children turn out, we will take our jobs seriously. Not just with the children, but our jobs with the parents, because we have a responsibility to the parents. But you know, oftentimes, when I said we should raise our hands, we raised our hands and a lot of us will say, yes, those nonsense people, they don't want to. And many times, the reason they don't listen to us when we want to tell them about how to deal with these children is because we come from a place of judgment. Would they not hustle? Would they not hustle? Will you feed their children if they don't hustle? They got to hustle. They have to work hard. But we have a place to remind them that before the hustle, there is the child. Before the hustle, there is the child. That primary responsibility. And then when they now ask you, so what should I do? Are you saying I should not hustle? Are you saying I should not use my phone? You can now equip them with tools. What can those parents do? One of the things the parents can do is to create time to be present in the lives of their children. You know, being available and being present are two different things. We're talking about how they can reclaim that empty seat that is in the hearts of their children. Being present. We are parents here. You know, before, it's in the olden days that people would say, I want to be a teacher so I can have time for my children. Teachers, how far with our time? Is it working? Is it working? You know, then, some men will say, marry a teacher so that by 2, call where Zwallow go moge, right? These days, the teachers seem to hustle more than the bankers, true or false? Because ends must meet. You finish from school. Are you even done with the content? You know our content these days carries weight. You're done with content, you're done with videos, you're done with... Then you now go to your extra hustle. We now do online teaching. You're teaching a child in Japan. You have to be up from 9 to 11 p.m. because you have to cut across time zones and all of that. It's demanding, true or false. Are we going to now abandon our children? What do we do? The truth is that the economic realities of the world demands that we work harder than we've ever worked before. What do we do? Create time. Create time. Time for connection. Time for connection. It doesn't have to be 24 hours a day. Do you know that if it's for 15 minutes or for 30 minutes, that you drop this little demon down, this little demon called phone, you drop it down and have a conversation with your child. There is so much they want to tell you. But they want to be sure they have your attention. They want to be sure they have your attention. If I was talking to someone and as you're talking to me, I'm scrolling on my phone. I'm listening to you, right? But I'm not giving you my attention. Our children need our undivided attention. So we should teach our parents that we are not telling you not to hustle. We are not telling you to become lazy and sit with the children. We are telling you to sit down and see the children. You can divide it. If it's 10 minutes before they go to school, you sit down and talk with them about their fears. What are their expectations? They come back from school. Children love it when you can connect what they told you in the morning to what you're asking them in the afternoon. The other day, I called my daughter in boarding school, and she was telling me, "Oh, Mommy, do you remember Aroluwa?" That I was in a hurry. I truly did not have time for that gist. I told her, "I will call you in the evening and we'll talk about it, okay?" How am I calling you to talk about gist of 13-year-olds? Like, it doesn't make sense. As I cut the call, I told myself, you had better make that call. And then I made the call in the evening the next day, and I said, "What about that thing about Aroluwa you wanted to tell me?" She now said, "Don't worry about it." I said, "It's a lie, I want to hear." And then she got excited again and started gisting me, gist that doesn't concern me. But we were all nodding. They feel you see them when you do things like that. And you know, oftentimes parents complain that, "Oh, my child doesn't open up to me, my child doesn't do this to me." They will not open up to you if you've not connected with them. So when we say spend time with the children, talk with them, we are not saying leave your work and talk with them. Create meaningful pockets of time. You can even tell yourself, "Oh, I'm so busy," but you get to cook. When you're cooking, drop the phone. Pay attention to them. You people should be talking as you're cooking. "Help me with the Maggi, help me with the salt." They feel important. If it's homework time, you want to do homework with them, drop what you're doing and connect with them at the point of doing homework. Because what often happens is that we want to be able to correct children and to, you now tell them, "Come, I want to teach you XYZ. This is how you do XYZ." It doesn't work like that. If you don't connect with a child, you can hardly correct that child. One of our major goals as parents should be the goal to connect with our children. As soon as we connect with them, with those pockets of time, we will be able to correct them. But we struggle a lot because we're not able to, and even as educators, as teachers in the class, whether we like it or not, we've taken up the role of parents. Because where the parents have failed, do we leave that seat empty in the lives of the children? Absolutely not. Because if you want to leave the seat empty, what it means is that you're disempowering the children. The parents have left them. You as the educator, you cannot afford to leave them. So while we're talking about making time and seeing the children at home, we should also see our children in the classes. The child that is often lively and then suddenly shows up to school moody, what happens? Do you ignore the child and tell yourself, "That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to deliver my lesson"? You can't deliver a lesson to a child that you've not connected with. So decide to create routines in your class. If you decide that, "Oh, when I come to school every morning, I give everybody a high five, I ask them how their day was, I look at the children, I just make small talk with them," the children feel like the teacher sees them. And when they know you see them, it's very easy to connect with them. When the children know you see them, it's very easy to connect with them. So we were talking about how parents can go back to taking the seat in the lives of their children. The first thing we said was their presence. You know, presence over present, right? We know of parents that would do everything for the children. You know, when you buy children gifts, when you buy them the most expensive gifts and you don't have time for them, they wouldn't value it. They would rather you spend time with them making the one you make from paper and carton than you spend that money buying them those expensive gifts. Because the currency of time in the life of a child cannot be replaced by gifts. It cannot be replaced by anything. So number one, we talked about presence, both in the class and at home. Let's go back to having time with the children. Let's go back to asking questions and waiting for answers. Don't just go and, ask the question because they said we should ask the question. No, we ask the questions, expect answers, and when they give the answers, we pay attention to those answers. The cost of inaction. When we don't do what we should do, there is a values gap. Children don't know what they should know. Children don't know what they should know. I had said initially that these children come empty. Something has to fill it up. Sometimes we expect the children to know, and then we are frustrated. Oh, you should know how to. You should know how to. You are 11 years old. You don't even know how to boil water. How would they know how to boil water when you've not taught them how to boil water? So many times our expectations are so high, and we've not made time to teach. So let's teach our parents to teach the people in our space that we must make time to teach. There's a leadership gap when we don't do it. When we don't step up, the leadership gap is there. The children see the leadership gap, and that leadership gap is not going to be left empty. Social media will fill it with their opinions, with their way of doing things. It will be filled. The discipline gap. Have we seen children that have been raised with zero discipline before? Zero discipline. When it's there, what do we do as educators? What do we do? What do we do? Do we now leave the children and say, oh, your parents are not raising you right, so we leave you to yourself? We cannot leave them to themselves. We can't leave them to themselves. So what can we do? We had talked about it. What can we do at this point? I said the first thing we can do is empathy before judgment. Empathy before judgment. While we're even telling the parents, okay, we must understand that they are not doing it from a place of hate. Nobody gave birth to their children and said, I wouldn't do a good job raising them. Nobody gave birth to their children and said, oh, I'll just allow them to grow. I wouldn't tend to the garden. They got distracted. So as a leader, as a trainer, you are coming from the place of empathy. You are not coming from a place of telling the parents, there are people that when you're done listening to them, you are disempowered. You're not telling yourself, hey, I'm such a failure. I'm not doing well. The parents should not feel that way after listening to you talk to them. After telling them, okay, this is the problem, you are proffering solutions. And that's where the solutions of reminding them that there is an empty seat in the hearts of the children that they need to fill. The second thing is that parents need to be trained too. Everybody here is an influencer. If you're a teacher, if you're a leader of young people, you are an influencer. We need to train the parents. Use your spaces, use your sphere of influence to talk about the need we have of parents to step up. Sometimes they don't know. I was telling a story yesterday about a parent that, was always giving her child rice for food in school every day. And of course, over time, the child was disinterested in eating. And then we called the mother to say, please don't always give this child rice. Can you please alternate it and give them something else? And the woman said she honestly didn't know that you could come to school with anything that wasn't rice. Right? Some of us are like, what do you mean? Omaro bono omaro. You will be shocked at the number of things parents don't know. You will be shocked. Sometimes we're in that privileged position as educators and as trainers, and we know some things. We've seen some things. These parents don't know this thing, no. They don't know. We need to train them. We need to tell them what to do. I was in a salon some days ago, And a woman had a child that was about 3 years old. She brought him from school to the salon. And then she was like, hey, Bobo, are you hungry? Are you hungry? You should be hungry now. Oh. Hey, okay, go and call Uncle Chinedu to take you home. And then the boy goes and calls Uncle Chinedu. No, first of all, she said, Bobo, you should be hungry now. Oh. Uncle Chinedu should take you home to eat. She calls Uncle Chinedu. The next thing she says, Bobo, are you hungry? And I was like, Madam, stop it now. You know he should be hungry. Why are you asking him, are you hungry? So, and then the next thing, she hands him a phone. Okay, now I'll be watching the phone to distract you. She did not know. In her mind, she was being a caring mother. You know this child needs to eat. You're now asking him, do you want to go? Are you hungry? What are we doing? What are we doing? And you know, it's interesting that when you point out things like this, remember, when you point it out with empathy, you're not pointing it out like the assistant Jesus. You know, you're just a terrible parent. What are you doing with this child? When you try to do it, they build a wall. We are looking for practical ways to help because we need to save a generation. Because we want to raise children that have sense, children that can thrive, children that can lead. It is our collective responsibility. That is why you're doing it, and that is why you should do it with empathy. And you know, we must also remind our parents that education begins at home. When they occupy that seat, empathy is taught. When they occupy that seat, values are taught. When they occupy that seat, leadership is taught. But the question today, the children will keep asking, is parents, where are you? So if they ask parents, where are you? Educators will say, I am here. Parents, where are you? So you are here not as a parent, but because you have become a parent by default, because you are an educator, because you are a trainer. So in the areas the parents have failed, we will not allow the rots to continue. We will not allow the decay to continue because they have failed. They have failed quite all right, but in our own space, where we have influence, we will do what we have to do. And you know, the gift of presence is one of the greatest gifts you can give a child. When a child feels seen, every other thing can work. When a child feels seen, you can easily correct the child. When a child feels seen, you can easily guide the child. When a child feels seen, they can easily tell you when something is going wrong with them. So today, we're committing to reminding the parents of their responsibility of availability, their responsibility of nurture. And in the case where the parents are not available, we are reminded that we have a responsibility to sit in that driver's seat in the lives of the child and make sure we steer the children onto their destiny. Thank you very much.
Wow. Tell your neighbor, wow. Wow. Okay, let's give a Train the Trainer Summit salute. 10, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Child
9,
Foundation,
10.
advocating for children's brighter future.
All right. I don't know. Guys, can you help with this? Okay. So let's move on real quick to our next speaker. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, you are live on the internet. So we need you to smile. Smile to the next person by your side. Smile. Smile. They're watching us all around the world, all right? So you never can tell where they'll see your face. Who's that person? They'll not zoom in. And they'll use you for sticker. You know, let's not have that here. All right, so we'll be moving on with speed. Did you learn something from Lady Jennifer? Yeah, I learned something really interesting as well. So all that you learned, please, I want you to just jot it down if you have questions. We're going to take time to answer all of your questions. Now, there's something else that we observed at the back end. We gave you a number on WhatsApp, and just a little about 10 or 11 people have sent messages to that number. And that's not good enough. Please, can we have the number again? The social media handles, but we want to focus on the phone number. If you can display that. I'm thinking that there are new people in the hall, so we want to just go through it again. All right? If we can have the number displayed, please. It's our WhatsApp number, all right? When you say something to that number, just say, "Shine the light, Enugu." That's the message you should send. And what we saw behind, the numbers were very, very, I mean, you're more than the numbers that we got behind. How many of you, or you don't have WhatsApp? If you're on WhatsApp, let me see your hand up. Enugu, no, they do WhatsApp. Wow. No internet? No data? You should not fall my hand, though. So when the number comes up, please ensure you do the right thing. Save the number, Duke's Infant and Child, and then send a message, "Shine the light, Enugu." Let's do the "Shine the light" rhythm again. Shine the light. Come on, say it like you mean it. Shine the light. Shine the light, Enugu State. Shine the light. So right about now, we'll welcome our next speaker, and let's have a citation.
The certified. David Folaranmi is a certified addiction counselor, psychologist, and youth development strategist with over a decade of experience in substance abuse prevention, treatment, and recovery. He holds a degree in economics and applied social psychology and has received advanced training at the UNODC Colombo Plan and the University of Washington. He is the Enugu State Coordinator of the International Society of Substance Use Professionals, ISOP, Nigeria. Chairman of the Board of Trustees at the Association of Advocates Against Alcohol Harm in Nigeria, and an active member of organizations including the Community Intervention Network for Drugs, Drug Free World, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA, as a War Against Drug Abuse Ambassador, the World Federation Against Drugs, and the International Substance Abuse and Addiction Coalition, ISAC. David is a project director of the Live Free Initiative, founder of the David Folaranmi Foundation, and a vocal advocate for drug use policy reform, TEDx speaker, and a John Maxwell certified coach. He consults widely and has been recognized internationally for his work. He is married with 3 daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome David Folaranmi, founder, David Folaranmi Foundation.
Enugu, are you ready? That shout is not as loud as the one I heard in Abakaliki yesterday. Let's prove to them that we're bigger than them. Enugu, are you ready? That's more like it. That's more like it. I want to say a big thank you to our convener. Thank you very much, Madam Augusta, the woman with a heart of gold, like I say. I think I'm the only speaker that has followed you to the 5 venues so far. The only facilitator. Put your hands together for me. And just like Lady Jennifer said, I don't know how she does it. Usually I tell her, Mom, I hope you're resting. Sometimes she texts me around 1 a.m. I said, when does this woman rest? And then she's here again. Let's put our hands together for her. And then next to her, we have the gallant CSP Temi. Yes. When we came back from Delta State, I was just my wife. I said this. Ironically, I call her Temi as well. But she's Igbo. I gave her the name Temi. Yes, my own, exactly. So I thought that there's one police officer you have to listen to. She said, where will I see her? I don't travel. And today she's in Enugu and my wife is here. Put your hands together for her. Yes, thank you. And to all of our other speakers, Lady Jennifer, you're such a wonderful person. I don't know if anybody knows what it means to lose your mom. Just 2 weeks ago, and she was with us in Oka, she was with us in Abakaliki, and she's here now. I wouldn't have come. If it was me, I won't come. My mama died. You call me for conference, I won't come. I told her it's not an excuse. It's a valid reason not to be here. But she's here and she gave her all. Thank you very much, ma. Our values coach, yesterday when Abakaliki, somebody was talking about values. I said, I know another person. I know another organ in that business that talks about values. And she's here today. Thank you very much for coming. Madam Sandra, God bless you. Seated somewhere behind, yes, a golden fish has no hiding place, is our mommy in Enugu, Barrister Doris. Thank you very much for being here. We love you. God bless you. And then, of course, I have some members of my team here. So, shine the light. So we go Nigeria, Enugu State, then Enugu. Shine the light. Shine the light. And shine the light. Excellent. My job here is very simple. I'm here to remind us that we have a problem in our society. And that's the problem of substance use. How many of us agree that we have a drug abuse problem? You know very well. You know that you know. The way you know your name, you know that there's a drug abuse problem in Enugu State. Let me see your hands up. Not something that you have read on the internet. You know that in our state we have a drug problem. Good. So now the question is, what is your role as educators in ensuring that we empower our next generation, next leaders, not to be impurumiri smokers? Because if you smoke impurumiri, you cannot be a generation next leader. While we were in Oka, yes, CSPTMI, I heard that in your state, somebody burnt his father after smoking Colorado. Am I correct? On Wednesday that just passed, it's not long, this week, Wednesday, the young guy smoked Colos. How many of us know Colos? Okay, well, I've heard it. I know you don't smoke it. Huh? I know you don't smoke it. How many of us have heard Colos before? The young man smoked Colos and set his father ablaze. Udu, local government, UDU. Now, when I was reading that message, it reminded me of a similar story in our own very Udi local government. The one in Delta, Udu. The one in Enugu, This one, the young man got back from Canada. Got back from Canada where he was studying. Came to see his family and started using drugs. You know they say there's Canadian loud. So he came to Nigeria and he tested Udi loud. And he went and met his sick father and said, give me the portion of my inheritance. I need it. And the father was still alive. He said, how do you ask me for inheritance when I've not died? He said, you better give me my inheritance, so I'm warning you. And the father said, it's not done. Are you praying for me to die? And he went and took a machete and asked the father's head. He is currently in the asylum unit of the Nigerian Correctional Service Center, Ugbete, here, from Canada to prison because of Colos. Another case in Abuja. Ironically, the parents of this boy are top government officials at the Ministry of Health. Same story. The boy, in fact, was on his way to the UK to study. And then he had the urge to use crack cocaine. Yesterday in Abakaliki, we talked about crack cocaine. He had the urge, and he went to meet his father a few days to his trip to the UK. I need money. Of course, the father knew he wanted to smoke. And the father said he was not giving him. Meanwhile, the mother had been enabling his drug use. So you see where inconsistent parenting destroys the lives of children. Father say one thing, mother, all these only sons, we have them plenty in our rehab. When only son turns to husband, because you waited for 10 years, and then the son has come, so he has to suck breast at the age of 20 and at the age of 30, and anything he wants, you must give him. They are in rehab. One day pay a visit, you'll see them. So if you have started on that trajectory, you are laying a bed you will not be able to lie down on. So the mother has been giving him him money to buy drugs. So the father said no. And he told the father, why will you tell me no when mommy has been giving me? And he took a machete again and started cutting the father. In the process, jumped on the mother as well. The father had to cover his wife. And then the father was taken to Cedar Crest Hospital in Abuja and is still currently on life support. We do have a drug problem. And the earlier we wake up to that reality as educators and we play our role in preventing the menace, the better for the future generation. It's waves of destruction. Waves of destruction. And sometimes, unfortunately, we feel that it doesn't concern me. It doesn't. That's the language of too many of us. And that's why you are driving home, you see somebody that is supposed to be your neighbor. The child is in a dark spot. You know very well that in that place they are smoking colos. You turn a blind eye as if it's not your business. It's only a matter of time. You will send your child to go and buy okpa for you, and he will meet that neighbor's child, and they will gist, and he will say, have you tried colos before? That's how it starts. That's why we must engage in community parenting. In terms of statistics, let's look at the Nigeria Drug Use Survey report. Yes, so like I said, in Awka, unfortunately, this is the most authentic, even though it was done in 2017 by the United Nations. This is the most authentic drug survey report we have. It's UNODC, not GC. So this shows that in the Southeast, at that time, we had a prevalence of about 1.5 million Southeasterners, young people that use drugs. Of course, after COVID and down to this time, it's expected that that number has tripled. So we currently have 4.5 million Southeasterners who use drugs. I heard the MC, or was it the global coordinator, say we're about 4.7 million in Enugu alone. So by the time you combine the entire Southeast, 4.5 are using drugs. It interests you to know that 1 out of every 7 young people have used drugs in the past 1 year. It will also interest you to know that drug use is not a thing for the guys alone. 1 in 4 of every drug user is a female. Yesterday in Abakaliki, I was saying, I think this statistics is old because the girls are gradually overtaken. The young girls, what we see, because we are in the field, we are the ones that are called, the young girls are gradually overtaken. Yes. 2 years ago, I was in a seminar like this in Enugu State. We were teaching teachers as well, almost something similar. And then I kept on getting a call that there was a problem. And then I picked the call and the woman said, her daughter is missing. Her daughter is 16 years old. They've not seen her for 3 days. And that's somebody I was supposed to know. And we started saying what happened. She explained that her younger son said where the daughter used to go to after school. And I knew that it was a black spot. So we went there with the picture of the daughter, because I don't even know the daughter. We went there with the picture of the daughter. Now, it's interesting to know that this place is a market. Most of you go there. I won't call the name of the market. Most of you go there to buy meat and rice and gari. Somebody's nodding her head like she knows what I'm talking about. Now, you know what happens when you enter a shop and you buy your meat, your gari, whatever it is, there's a false door. Just where the shelves are. You pull the door, you open it, there's a compound where they use drugs. They're just sitting down there, and Bono Timmy is laughing, and just destroying themselves. And so we went there that day, and lo and behold, this girl was there, still in her school uniform, laying lifeless on the floor. Okay, we need to take this girl. They say she's owing 130,000 naira. Is that the reason why you people kidnap her? That's kidnapping. Is that not kidnapping? It's kidnapping of a minor. knows what atrocities they will have done with that girl there. She was there laying lifeless. And we picked her up and rushed her to, we called the mother, they found your daughter, and we took her to Park Lane to get some observation and all of that. The parents came, the police came, the church pastor came, but it was too late. That's the point I'm trying to make. It was too late. Thank God we found her at that time, but it didn't need to get to that. Say with me, it didn't need to get to that. So we do have a problem. We do have a problem. In the Southeast context, drugs have become so cheap and so accessible. So cheap. So cheap. In Purumiri, that will be sold for maybe 15,000, 20,000. You can get it for 3,000 or 4,000 naira in Enugu State. And interestingly enough, you don't need to run around for it. You can sit here and order it on your phone. And they will bring it to this place. Yes. They will bring it for you to where you are. You don't need to go up and down the place to look for it. They will bring it to you. So such is the audacity of those on the other side, and that is why we must shine the light. It's light versus darkness. Every day they are coming up with more intelligent ways of destroying the children. We must be one step ahead of them all the time. Say with me, one step ahead. One step ahead. How many of us saw the trending video of the woman in Benin, Edo State, saying that all the new psychiatric hospitals are full and people were openly selling drugs on the road? She wanted to confront them. That's not the way. You can't. What she's just doing is barely chopping off the leaves of the tree. There's still the branch, there's still the stem, there's still the root. It's a systematic issue that has eaten deep into our fabric. And it has become a problem that is destroying our youth. And every single person here has a part to play in stopping that menace. Say, I have a part to play. It's a problem. And whenever you see a problem, you should be interested in being part of the solution. You should be interested in being part of. People are dying. People are dying. We run 2 rehabilitation centers. Currently, we are full. A mother came and was begging, can the child sleep on the floor? Can the child sleep on the floor? They said there's no bed space. They said, put a mat. Can they sleep in the security room? 14-year-olds, sir. By the way, we have a 79-year-old in our facility. 79. 79. It started from somewhere. It started because somebody did not see the signs, somebody did not address the signs, and it has followed him to old age. And right now, we're not even thinking of healing him again. We're just thinking of managing him. Small, Tibaba goes. No, but it's true. It's true. May God have mercy on us. Amen. So, yes, the drugs are cheap. Very accessible in Enugu State, everywhere. Sometimes disguised as stress relief, etc. I said it that many parents don't even know that their children are using drugs until it becomes too late. Statistics show, and this is consistent with my own story, that when a child is using drugs, it takes about 2 years before family members get to know. Yes, it takes about 2 years. So sometimes, even right underneath your noses, they are using drugs and you have no idea. Could it be that everybody is working, everybody is busy, nobody is paying attention to the telltale signs? Or what exactly is it? Most times, most of the people that come to our facility, we ask the family members, so when did you know? And you find out it's about 2 to 3 years after the person has started. So we need to wake up. We need to wake up. I shared a story in Abakaliki yesterday because all through last year I was going there every month for a training. In one of those trainings, one of my senior colleagues from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime was around, and we shared a story that happened a while ago. A woman had just lost her husband, and she lived at home with her son. And so, at a point in time, she got sick, and she went to the family doctor, who is the younger brother of her late husband, and said to him, I feel unwell. And the man did all the tests he could do. And she said, there's nothing wrong. She said, she just go home. Maybe you need to rest. Drink more water. Hydrate yourself. And she did all of those things. But she came back. She says, I still feel somehow. So the man said, okay, let us do a pregnancy test. And she got angry with her brother-in-law. She said, what are you accusing me of? Since my husband died, I have remained. Yes. So what are you accusing me of? So the doctor said, it's only a routine. Let it be that we have ticked it, that we did this. So grudgingly, she accepted, okay, let's do it. And she did it. Lo and behold, positive. Thank you. So one mommy here is in her spirit. She said it's positive. She said it can't be positive. She said, I swore on my late husband's grave that I will not know any man again till I leave this world. So the doctor did it again, positive. So investigation commenced. What happened? Cut the long story short, her son that lives with her, who was a drug addict for years and nobody knew, had mixed some things in smoothie, heavy sedatives, sedated the mother and had carnal knowledge of her. We sat down in the same room and had the conversation. She had no idea her child was using any form of drugs. And they lived in the same house. So it now became a case of rape. Yes, it's rape. It's rape. Rape and incest. So it was now left for the mother to press charges if she wanted to. But then, this, my boss from the UNODC said, but he was doing it outside his senses. No, it's not going to fly. It's not going to fly. At the end of the day, the mother wasn't interested in pressing charges. She just wanted her son to get help. But it didn't have to happen. That's the point. It didn't have to happen. It didn't have to happen. Because she was living with that same guy for years. And she didn't observe those signs, those very obvious signs that somebody is out of his senses. And like I say, the drugs that are available at this time is not the ones that were, when we were younger, that you'll be waiting to smell it. That is called what? Old syllabus. You are operating C.N. Okoro. Is there still a book like that? Old syllabus. The new ones that they are using now doesn't have smell. It doesn't have taste. So even when I was doing drugs, my room was next to my mother's room, and I'll be taking my cocaine very quietly. And then when it's time for night devotion, I'll be in the spirit. And I'll be kabashing. And she'll say, oh, this is my son. You're a great son. A man of God. Serious man of God. So today we'll be showing you some of those drugs. Like I said, drug abuse is no longer a street problem. It's not a family problem. It's no longer a street problem. It is a family problem, a school problem, a faith problem, and a policy problem. A few definitions of terms as educators so that we understand what it is we are doing. A substance is anything that could be legal or illegal, which is licit or illicit, when taken into the body, affects the central nervous system. It acts on the brain and the spinal cord. It alters the way a person thinks, feels, or behaves. It affects the normal functioning of the body and or the brain. It has the potential to prevent, cure diseases, or enhance physical and mental welfare. So anything that anybody consumes that affects the way the person thinks, feels, or behaves is a drug. That is according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. This is not David speaking. So this is not up for debate. I mean, people have spent millions of dollars in research to come up with this definition. So I want to ask us now. I'm about to start a problematic discussion. And my boy is laughing. Is palm wine a drug? All those who say yes, say aye. Those who say it's not a drug, say nay. Aha. We're getting somewhere. Did you hear the definition I gave? Does palm wine affect the way we think? Does it affect the way we behave? Hello? Hello? Let me tell you something else. Hold on. Let me tell you something else that the World Health Organization said. Hello? The World Health Organization, not David. And please feel free to fact check me. Anything I say here, fact check me. The World Health Organization has said that no amount, no quantity of alcohol is totally good for human consumption. Huh? So those of you that say the red wine is for the heart, the red wine is to help your heart. You better look for alternative means to help your heart. In Jesus' name. What is drug abuse? The use of any illegal drug or the misuse of any legal drug. What is drug addiction? Drug addiction is also called SUD, substance use disorder. It is a disease that affects a person's brain or behavior, leading to inability to control the use of legal drug or medicine. Substances such as alcohol, marijuana, and nicotine are also considered drugs. When a person is addicted, he or she may continue using the drug despite the harm it causes. Very quickly, what are some of the illegal drugs that we know? Anybody? Tramadol, yes. Sorry? Cocaine, thank you, yes. Sorry? Cannabis, yes. Marijuana, yes. Sorry? Inkurumiri, yes. Loud, yes. India hem, yes. Kolos, yes. Sorry? Shisha. Okay, thank you all. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Tramadol, yes. So please, very quickly, I'll show you some so that you have a pictorial image of some of the drugs that we have that are commonly used in our society. Is that understood? I wish the cameraman can now. There was a picture that was going around, or a broadcast message. The prof in Abakaliki talked about it yesterday. He talked about this. What is this? Can we see? Can the camera zoom in? Somebody said vitamin C. Let's clap for that person. Vitamin C. Good. Anybody else? Oh, guys, is it possible to zoom in this thing? No, you're here. Sorry. Amazing. But the light is okay. Can we see it now? It's looking like okay, so this is Molly. Let me hear you say Molly. Molly. Can we see it? I don't have time, so I can't stay too much here. That is Molly. That's what we know as ecstasy, MDMA. So it causes heightened euphoria. And most times it's a party drug. Most of the girls want to take it, so they are overly excited. And 90% of the time, whatever happens to them in that period of excitement, they don't remember. Are we together? I believe we all know what this is. As an educator, you should know some of these things. Okay, I didn't ask you. Educators, what is this? Rizla. Thank you, ma'am. I'll tell our convener to give you $1,000. Okay. How many of us know what this is? Grinder. Anybody else? Huh? Somebody say edge control. This is not a saloon. That's the problem. Some of you now, you see these things in a school child's bag, and you don't know what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. Anybody you see with this is smoking loud or marijuana. SK, anything. So it's a crusher. It's used to make the drug smoother. And see how beautifully designed it is. Somebody says edge control. I'll soon be done. How many of us know what this is? Codeine, cough syrup. Thank you. How many of us know what this is? Yes, help me. Green and yellow. It's a capsule that is green and yellow. Tramadol. Thank you. Exactly. How many of us know what this is? It's very clear. Huh? So it's Colorado, synthetic form of marijuana. One day, one woman called me. She said, officer, see me, I've called myself officer. Coach David, I'm converting her uniform. Coach David, I cleaned my son's room today. Well done. You cleaned your 18-year-old son's room. You have done well. But the funny thing she said was, she saw a lot of time. You know time for cooking? She saw a lot of time in her room. So I said, you saw a lot of time, snap it and send it to me. So she snapped it and sent it to me. So I said, check, there must be Korean Maggi somewhere. Your son must be cooking. Because if you don't know what marijuana is at this age, you are not serious. You are highly unserious. How many of us know what this is and what it's used for? Used for what? It's a pipe used for what? Huh? No. Used for what? Sniffing what? No, not cocaine. You can't use this for cocaine. For impurumiri. It's for crystal methamphetamine. That is what they use. They connect it to a bottle and then they burn on top the crystal meth and they suck it from here. Everybody pay attention. How many of us know what this is? Who says so? Hey, come please. Nobody in Abakaliki knew this. How do you know? You must have done some work with drugs before. You must be a member of this constituency. No, in a good way. I'm not saying you are using drugs. I mean, you must be helping people. That's what I'm saying. Because how do you know what this is? So this is a crack pipe. What did I say? There was a time a mother sent me the picture of this and said she saw it in her son's room. She now asked me, should she be worried? I said, you know what? Go and cry for a few days. When you've cried for about 3 days, then come back to me. Let's start the process of healing. Because most people will never in their lives recover from using crack cocaine. And this is what a crack pipe is. In a pipe like this, people have smoked a whole house. In Abuja, in Jabi, for those of you that know Jabi, somebody sold his father's house with his grandmother inside for crack. They sold the house. The grandmother was there. He took the money to the Hilton and started smoking crack. The owners of the house came to eject the grandmother because he had access to the papers. Somebody that was in our rehab was supposed to go to Canada. His proof of funds of 15 million, plus some of the hostel money, 8 million, that's 23 million, was in his account. He spent it all on crack in less than 3 months. Using just this bottle, just this thing you see. And I remember very well, I suffered from crack addiction. I will leave this carelessly, and my mother will see it and think it's viral. If she had come for a train-the-trainer summit like this, and she saw it, she would have said, no, this is not viral. David, what are you doing? So let's pay attention. I don't think I can go through all, but I'll stop here. What is this? Where's my organ? Can you zoom, please? Don't be angry, huh? They are here to learn. Okay, auntie, don't talk again. What is this? What is this? Refnol. This is Refnol. In some quarters, it is called Baba Blue. Blue tongue. Once you see a young person with blue tongue, this is what the person is using. Blue. All those times you see videos, you see their tongue blue. Now, should I tell you something about this? Huh? When you take this now, you forget everything that happened 1 hour before and everything that happens for about 3 hours after. So that's why it's called the date rape drug. So what guys do is they break it and put it inside the drink of a lady. She doesn't remember anything anymore. You can carry her from here to Zamfara. Do whatever you want. When she wakes up, she will not remember anything. It blanks, totally blanks your memory. This small thing that you see here. And it's easily accessible everywhere. So we have a problem, true or false? We have a problem, true or false? How many of us like the pen that's on my neck? How many of us like the pen? It was the convener that gave it to me as my birthday gift. But she gave me 2, so I want to give somebody. How many of us like this pen? Huh? But it's a red pen, oh, and I know you are teachers. How many of us think it's a pen? Okay, so what is this if it's not a pen? Yes? You say first aid. You say syringe. You say what? I heard it here. A vape. And this is what most of our young people are using now. It's a vape. And look how neatly designed it looks. I was hanging it on my neck almost throughout. Probably nobody knew it was. Now, inside of this, as nicely as it looks, it is flavored. If I smoke it now, you'll be smelling tangerine and kiwi and strawberry and all of that. Yet, a lot of people are using it to ingest hard drugs. Do we have a problem? Do we have a problem? As educators, what is our role in curbing the menace? We have a role to play. What is this? What is this? Say we made drug test kit. Drug test kit. So with this, you can test for drugs in a person. It takes less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. So as school owners, educators, parents, caregivers, you should have something like this. It's as easy as the pregnancy test kit. You dip it in urine for 3 to 5 minutes. It will show you if the person is using loud, colos, cocaine, cigar, marijuana, alcohol, anything. Don't worry, ma, we'll get food. Okay, so clear this for me. So yes, let's see how we can round up very soon. My time is almost gone. So these are some of the drugs that are very common in the Southeast. Now, sometimes we ask ourselves, why do teenagers use drugs? Why do young people use drugs? Because some of you as educators, you may be thinking to yourselves, with all my own wahala, all my own problems, why is this person still using drugs? That brings us to what I call the risk factors. Risk factors. Risk factors for drug use. So risk factors are those factors outside the control of an individual that makes him or her susceptible to using drugs. You know what that means? A person is likely to use drugs if he or she is a product of any of these, please go on, any of the risk factors we are going to talk about. So if you have 10 pupils in your class and you notice that some of them are products of these risk factors, those ones are likely to use drugs at some point in their lives. Number one, family neglect and abuse. A lot has been said about the family by Mommy Jennifer, and we understand the importance of parenting in curbing drug use. When there's family neglect, there's a problem. Lack of involvement by the parents, there's a problem. Abusive parenting, there's a problem. Chaotic environments. Poor attachments to school or the community. So you have some of your kids, for no reason, they are just poorly attached to the school. It's a risk factor. It may not manifest immediately, but eventually you're going to find out that there might be a problem. Family history of substance use. We have people that take pride that in our family we are alcoholics. And you find out that it goes from one generation to another. It will interest you to know that a group of professors in Harvard came up with a study that addiction is transferable through genetics. I hope we know that. Yes, you can read it up. It's transferable. So family history of substance use, favorable parenting attitudes towards the behavior, poor parental monitoring. There's a lot of parental substance use. You have children in your class, some of them, their parents are using drugs. And you get to find out, as an educator, you need to pay more attention to those ones. Association with delinquent or substance using peers, also very important. Part of it will include mental health illnesses. Some young people struggle with mental health illnesses. It was in this same Enugu state that I was speaking at a conference last year, and I talked about children who struggle with anxiety and depression. And a senior person in the state came out to say, children cannot struggle with anxiety and depression. After all, are they paying school fees? So it's only school fees that makes people struggle with anxiety and depression. When we have literally had 14-year-olds in our facility who struggle with schizophrenia and are on antipsychotic medication like risperidone. So please, when a child struggles with a mental health illness, it can lead directly to substance use. And then to also treat physical pain. How many of us have heard pentazocine before? Pentazocine. Yes, you've heard it? Okay. So pentazocine is one of the drugs we are struggling with in terms of people who are struggling with addiction. Now, pentazocine on one hand is actually created to treat the pain that people who struggle with sickle cell are experiencing. However, it is very addictive. So you see the catch-22, you see the dilemma. You're struggling with sickle cell, you need a particular medication, but that medication is addictive. Last year, a young man was referred to us. Before the man got to our facility, the guy died. He died. Pentazocine addiction. Now, guess what? When we were doing everything, we found out that he was injecting his penis. He was injecting his penis with the pentazocine is an injection. He had to look for a vein in his penis to inject to get the highness. We've had people who are double amputees from pentazocine struggle. So when a person is using a particular drug to deal with physical pain, it can lead to serious, severe addiction. So basically, we are supposed to look out for all of these signs. Now, quickly, effects of drug abuse. Please go back. Effects of drug abuse, physical effects, brain damage, especially for those under 25. I was saying in Oka, and I hope everybody knows that the teenage brain is not fully formed. How many of us know that? Please fact check me. The frontal cortex is not fully developed till they are 21. And that is why you see teenagers do things as if they don't think. They don't think. They are actually not thinking. She's a teens coach. She knows what I'm saying. They are not thinking. And that's just how it is because the brain is not fully formed. So that's not the time to start beating and batting and kicking and getting angry. That's the time for you to hold their hands, direct, guide them, guard them, and lead them. Because if you don't, and they add that unformed brain to substance use, it can cause brain damage. We have organ failure, poor growth and immunity, risk of overdose and death. We've had overdosing, we've had overdoses that led to death in Enugu State here. We had a case of a 13-year-old boy that led to death. They buried him, he's dead. Let's go on, quick. Psychological and emotional effects, depression and anxiety, psychosis and paranoia. The 14-year-old boy I told, I think my wife was in the office when they brought him, I'm not sure. And the guy was just laughing uncontrollably. Psychosis, loss of self-control and suicidal thoughts. Let's go. Social and moral effects, academic failure, family breakdown, crime and violence, loss of values and purpose. Let's go. Spiritual impact, destroyed destiny, stunted leadership potential, broken identity, loss of vision and hope. Now, how do we detect drug use in young people? I'm writing a book this year, How to Know If Your Child is Using Drugs. I like the title. How to know if your child, because you need to know. Because you need to know, you really need to know. I was in Abuja teaching in a teens church one day, and there was a young girl, she put her head down. And I tapped her, because I'm teaching, why should your head be down? So I tapped her on her back, so she looked up to respond to me. The moment I looked at her eyes, I knew she was using drugs. So I pet her and I said, okay, go back to sleep. I said, yes, now, what do you want me to do? So I said, go back to sleep. So I told the head teacher that we need to talk to this girl's parents. So the health teacher said, our father is, you know those churches that they have assistant Jesus? They have special seats in front. They are the ones that carry the weight of the church. They say the father belongs to that category. So you can't talk to him anyhow. I said, I'm not talking to him anyhow. I'm trying to save the girl's life. I don't know the father. I don't care about the father. So they invited them. True to her word, the man almost jumped on me. You mean you are insinuating that my daughter is using drugs? I said, sir, I didn't say so. I said she could be using drugs, and we want to find out. So the mother talked to him in their language, calmed him down, and he sat down. We invited the girl in. I held her, and I spoke to her for about 2 minutes. She started crying. I said, what is it? She now started telling me that her father's younger brother, who was deported from US, had been giving her weed to chew, and then started touching her. Then later he increased it to Refnol and started sleeping with her. And this has been happening for 6 months under the nose of the father. Assistant Jesus. So I now looked at him. I said, sir, what do you have to say? He just put his head up. This my brother. I will destroy him. I will kill him. You will not kill him. You have almost killed your daughter. Because he didn't understand the telltale signs of drug use. So, very quickly, my time is up. Anytime you see this uncle, that means he's coming to pursue you. Let's clap for this uncle. He has been following us up and down the place. Please go back. We will be very quick. 5 minutes, I'm off. Behavioral signs, sudden secrecy, aggression or withdrawal, loss of interest in school or faith, new peer group with questionable behavior. Let's go. Mood swings again, irritability, depression, emotional numbness. Nothing moves them anymore. How many of us have those kind of children in our classes? They are just dead emotionally. Let's go. Red eyes and smell of substances around them. Excess weight loss or weight gain. Because some drugs make you to lose weight. And because it makes you not to eat. Especially stimulants that stimulate the central nervous system. So you lose appetite. So you start losing weight. Or weight gain. I have a friend that when he smokes one joint, he can eat a pot of rice and 6 spaghetti. That will cause weight gain. Poor hygiene. They stop taking care of themselves. Tremors. You see some people, they just, twitching. They can't stay still. It's part of it. And then slurred speech. You're talking to a young person. There's a problem. Let's go. Declining in performance. And A student is now beginning to go down. Look into it. Truancy and defiance is a problem. Loss of discipline, because the drugs has now stimulated them. They think they can do whatever they want. Disrespect for authority, another issue. Let's go. Let's leave these case studies. Let's go. The way out is prevention. Let me hear you say prevention. So by virtue of being in this summit, every one of us here is a prevention advocate. Say with me, I am a prevention advocate. Let's go. The primary objective of drug prevention is to help teenagers or young people to avoid or delay the initiation into the use of drugs. If they have started, because let's not be under any illusion. Some of us are in denial. It can't be me. If they have started, we must avoid it from developing into a disorder. That is what prevention is. Let's go. So for parents who are here, build more emotional connection. We've heard that a lot. Be present, be available. Not fear. Talk early and honestly about drugs. Model. Do as I do. Do as I do. Model healthy coping skills. Monitor peer influence. Set boundaries with love. Pray, but pay attention. That's what the Bible says, watch and pray. Let's go. For teachers, integrate drug abuse into the curriculum. Train teachers to identify early signs of drug use. Create safe reporting systems. We have teachers that when somebody comes to report to them, they'll use the child as example in class or in assembly. It will not work. It's going to be detrimental to others. Address bullying and academic pressure. Partner with professionals and don't practice punishment alone. I think we're finishing. Preach compassion if you're a clergy here, not condemnation. Yes. Address substance use from the pulpit. Provide counseling and referral systems. Create youth mentorship structures. Replace shame with restoration. Let's go. Be present for mentors and coaches. We have a coach here and mentor. Be present, not just powerful. as Coach Rotimi was saying, some of us just like the Coach. Have you seen my shirt? Big Coach David. Some of us just like Coach. You're not doing anything, just call yourself Coach. Model healthy living. Teach life skills like resilience, purpose, self-control. Offer alternatives. I wish I had time. I'll have given you some case studies, like sports, skills, and service, okay? Then to government agencies, if you're a government official here, strengthen enforcement against drug distribution, fund prevention programs, support rehabilitation and reintegration, collaborate with NGOs and faith-based centers, invest in youth employment and mental health services. Finally, call to trainers. Every one of us here is to take this message back to our homes, train other teachers that were not here today, parents and leaders. Create prevention networks. Invest in prevention. Cure is not sure. There's no cure for addiction. There's no cure. But that's a story for another day. Invest in prevention. Speak up early and act boldly. And finally, I want us to say something. Say it after me. When you see something, say something. Operation Clamp Down, the suppliers, and put a policy pronouncement against use and sale. Together, when you see something, thank you very much.
Wow. Please, can we give him another hand? Wait now, let's do it the right way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so let's get a word from our convener.
Thank you, the speakers that have spoken already. Even me as the convener, I'm learning too. In fact, some of the pictures of what I've seen here today, I don't know, I've never seen them before. So, we live in a world where we learn every day. Nobody has exclusive preserve of knowledge. So, if you see SS Corey, where you're not supposed to see time, you know what it is. Yeah? And this struck me. When we were making advocacy visits in Oka, I called my former invigilator. Is it invigilator? What do they call it? The person that I passed through when I was doing my master's, who is now the VC, my supervisor. Yes, when my thesis supervisor when I was doing my master's program.
by appreciating God for the privilege to be here today. I want to appreciate the convener of this program. Madam Augusta, thank you for your large heart. I heard my MC asking back to back, how much did you pay to come in? You guys didn't answer me well. How much did you pay to come in here to hear all this? Please, can we give a round of applause to the convener of this program? It takes a large heart. Even if someone else is sponsoring her to do this, you could sponsor me and I will use it for other things. Can you see she's on low cuts? Brazilian hairs are still on sales. She could use the money to buy other things, but she chose this path to invest in Generation Next. Please, a better round of applause for a worthy woman. Thank you so very much, ma. So my Commissioner of Police, Delta State Police Command, that gave me his shoulders to fly and ride on, and gave this permission to be here. You know I work in a regiment where you don't do anyhow. If you go Enugu, they don't send you, you're on your own. When your query comes, you better learn the English to answer. Man. And to my husband, I'm sure he's somewhere at home, checking online, on YouTube. He followed some, and he would subtly say, as if he didn't watch, like, okay, why did you say this while you were talking? I said, Daddy, you saw it. So you saw it. So I just breezed in, and, most times when he watches, he can't leave the page. Because he said, Una say una go talk, una go dey learn. Truly. Madam Jennifer said it. Coach Dave said it. We've been learning back to back. Our convener even said it, that she brought her kids from home because of what she learned yesterday in Abakaliki. We are learning. We will continue learning because, like everybody has said, the syllabus has changed. So we have to change with the time. Otherwise, we won't know what's going on. On this note, I will start. I was in my office last week, and these young ones were brought in. A lady and the boyfriend. They are complainants. And the boyfriend sat down. By the way, I have the most beautiful divisional police headquarters in Nigeria. Joke no day. Just type it on Google, like Coach Dave will always tell you. Which police station is the finest in Nigeria? He go bring her out. Ogbori Koko police station. You will see it. 5-star police station. I beg, give me a round of applause. Thank you. And the guy sat on my Italian chairs. And he sat and he kept his hand like this. And I said, young man, who are you? He said, the girl that was raped is my girlfriend. I said, oh, sorry about that. But you're in a public space. You could at least sit properly, as if you are in my office. I didn't even give him a chair, by the way, before he sat down. So he sat well. And I heard him mumble something under his breath. All of una go prison. All of una for where they go prison. I did as if I didn't hear him. So the narration started. What happened? A cousin's sister asked the cousin that was raped now, come to my guy's place. I want to see you. So she went. On getting there, earlier in the morning, she told the parents she was going to see this cousin. And she also told this cousin that in case I come to your place, in case my parents ask, tell them I'm coming to your place. So I think she said it out, and the boyfriend heard it. That one now said, bring your cousin and tell her to come. So as at 5 in the evening, she had not gotten there, and she left in the morning. She was with her own boyfriend in the boyfriend's place. So the cousin started calling her, where are you? Come, where are you? Come. When are you coming now? When he got to a stage, she picked up her phone, the cousin's sister, and called the mom of the girl that is supposed to come, the one that was raped now. Till now, I've not seen so person. So the mom raised alarm. Baba, she no go where she said she did go. So where can she be? They started calling her. Finally, she arrived at the place, and they placed a call to the parents that, Mommy, sorry, I branched to so place. I'm here now, but please let me tell Daddy that I will not be coming. I will stay with my cousin. Because the cousin and the boyfriend had begged her to stay over. So she stayed over. They gave her a drink at about 9 p.m. and gave her 2 tablets, Suino and that Molly that you showed me. That was when I saw Molly for the first time. And I saw Suino. So when you brought the second one, Suino came to my mind. She didn't take it. She kept it. She did as if she took. She kept it in her pockets. Then she took the drink and drank. And some minutes after, the man started pulling down her pants. Not a stranger, the boyfriend of her cousin that invited her. So she was struggling, fighting. The guy was beating her. And the cousin came in with another boy in the house, and they walked out. Long story cut short, she was raped brutally for 2 hours, despite the fact that she didn't take Suino and Molly that was given to her. But other things were in that drink. Why? Why did you do this? Then she slept, went back home. The father drove her. She went to the boyfriend. The boyfriend now brought her, and that's why he sat like, Una go die today. All of Una, they go prison. And Anna asked, when they drove you went to your boyfriend's place. Oh yeah, what could tell me what happened? So they arrested the cousin sister, the rapist escaped, and the 2 guys at the house that saw something and refused to say something. You heard the slogan over and over again. We don't want it sounding in the abstract. We want it in reality. Be a community parent. Be a community parent, even as a teacher. Every child. There is this saying that a cock may belong to an household, but when it crows, the whole community hears it. Because when they turn out good, all of us go enjoy them. When they turn out bad, we will all suffer it. Okay. Oh, that's my division there. Hey, you can't say that again. Have you seen this in Nigeria before? Ask me now. Check it out. I wish I have other pictures that will show the inside. You will know what I'm talking about. We have air conditioner in our cell, but we don't wish sincerely and fans in reality. But we don't pray for anybody's child to go there no matter. After 2 days, they get tired. They want to leave. They are begging for shirts because pneumonia went enter their chest. So that's a Gorikoko police station. Thank you very much. Studio, thank you. God bless you. So I got talking to them, and I discovered that it was a revenge mission. How did it happen? Sometimes last year, the boyfriend that came and sat like a lord called the cousin sister who is now a suspect in this rape and told her that I am having issues with my girlfriend, your cousin. Could you please come over to my place? Let me explain my side of the story to you. So she wanted to go. She now picked her phone and called her girlfriend, cousin sister. Please, your boyfriend called me. Una dey get issue, yes. He said I should come and see him. And she said, he's not a monster. You could go and see him. And you are not a child, you are an adult. Whatever he says, take the one you want to take inside, hear from my side, and let's settle things. So she went. On getting there, the guy, no for Samu, he started touching her. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She didn't raise alarm. From the story, they were all there. She allowed the guy to sleep with her. Then she went back and told her own boyfriend, because she's afraid that the story might come out from somewhere, that the cousin's boyfriend raped her. So the boyfriend now wants to revenge for her girlfriend. What will he do? He wants to rape her cousin's sister because the boyfriend of the cousin's sister raped her. These are children in their early 20s, including the boyfriends. As I speak, they are in the cell. They've turned Nigeria to India, where they rape by number, gang raping. So I said, okay, Oga, so you are a complainant here, but you are a rapist also. He said, no, madam, na lie. I do 3 rounds. Rape, that they do 3 times for rape. He said, even the last one, na doggy. Before God and man, 24-year-old young man, sat before me and told me he did 3 rounds and doggy. I said, get up from that chair first. Join the suspects where you belong. When they take these drugs we are talking about, they lose their sense of reasoning. They don't even know you are an elder. You are not important to them. Most of these drugs makes you feel you are like a fly before them. They are God to you. Long story cut short, I asked the lady back, did he actually rape you? He said, no. I accepted. He said, I even paid her. How much did you give her? 120,000 naira. You know what she did when she left the place? She called the cousin sister that, oh, you truly said it. So person is not a monster. We had nice discussion. He loves you so much. He gave me 50,000 naira. Send your account number. Make I sub for you. She sent 5,000 out of the money to the cousin sister. Probably his guilty conscience. Then told her boyfriend this. What am I bringing out from this story? These are young people that parents will swear that they will not do such. I now ask them around, the 5 persons now, complainants, the one with the rape. She sleeps cell. I will tell you why. When the cousin sister was judged, he said, you they say we put drug for your day. You know they take. All of us they take. So I stopped and I turned. I bet, madam, complainant, what do you take? She said she takes, Molly, marijuana, Uncle Sass, wait again. You guys were there now. Plenty. She counted like 5, 6 different kind of drugs. A girl child. You said something that data might be. It's wrong, oh. It's wrong. In fact, the 5 of them are into drugs, including the 6th one that we have not gotten. And the father of the girl that was raped, if there is anything I got from that gathering, the father is a disciplinarian. He doesn't take nonsense. In all of this, all she was saying is that my father will kill me. My father will kill me. It means in this turbulent period, we still have parents that speaks. Why did I say this? Unfortunately, because of the love for money, the value attached to material things, the roles has been reversed. In almost all public schools in Nigeria, the children, the learners there, they are the ones fending for their family. Coach Dave didn't tell you a story today of a 13-year-old boy that is the one taking care of the family at 13. With Yahoo proceed of ill-gotten wealth. He's the one paying rent, feeding everybody, training the senior ones. They have them, we see them every day. Can we run a nation in this pattern? Teachers here seated, your learners buy recharge card for you. You request sub from learners in institution of learning. How did we get here? Who failed Nigeria? As a police officer, if I abuse my office, and I'm complaining that the president is wrong. Who failed Nigeria? Is it the president that makes arrest of drug addicts, drug users, drug sellers, collect money, and let them go? Nah, Tinubu, they do that one. If I do that, am I not the one destroying the country? I ask the question everywhere I go. How come the parents that are complaining on daily basis, our pikin don't graduate, you no get work. Pikin don't graduate, you no get work. Other people, children, go come meet you from other states. You go give them letter of identification of local government where you're working. They give you 20,000 naira, you make a pot of soup. You don't chop your destiny. First pikin come, he graduates, he join you for house. Second one come, he graduates, he join you for house. Third one come, not forget, all these three are graduating at maximum age of 20, 22. Because you are pushing them as if university is the end of the world. Coach Dave taught me something. Frontal cortex. That is not developed. Meaning, if your son or your daughter enters uni earlier than 21, go on your knees and start praying that wrong people will not be attracted to them. Unfortunately, what do we see today? He's very smart. My son is smart. He jumped primary 4 and 5. I'll be 5 and 6. Even in GSS 3, he was in GS 2. The next thing we saw, they said he can write WAEC. What of private school owners that have Miracle Center? I'll tell you how it works. We have a lot of them in town. And we encourage a lot of them. Some people are teachers today, Mama, but they went to Miracle Center to write WAEC. After that, they did RNG, they enter university. Throughout school, they were blocking lecturer till they graduated. And they paid money to get a job. What will they offer to those students? Don't forget, the value you attach to money is the reason why we do all that we are doing. Nigeria is aground today, not because the leaders are the only problem. Yes, we all are leaders. So we are a portion of the problem. But the value system that has failed. Those days, if a child brings a pencil that is not his or her own home, a mother will drag the child by the ear back to the school and like, my pikin carry pencil come. I don't know get him. So help me ask him. Then after that, you will say, oh yeah, flog him. They're not the thief for our family. Everybody valued family name. I said this story in Train the Trainer Summit, I think at Sabawari. I was a child in primary school, maybe primary 2 or 3. I'm the eldest girl in my family. So my mom sends me during the weekend to Grand Pepe because rice and stew na dole for Sunday afternoon meal. So to Grand Pepe, they give me 50 naira or 50 kobo, I can't remember. Then I'm to bring change of 20 kobo because grinding of pepper is 30 kobo. So when I went, I was in school one day, and I saw my classmates buying things. I bring food to school, I have my water bottle, I have snacks in my bag. I wasn't satisfied because I'm a child. I see what other people are bringing to school or buying. Parents that cannot afford what your parents can afford to give you lunch comes with little meager amount. Children will always be children. So I saw it, I felt, instead of this delicious, clean-made, homemade, better food, I prefer, there's something in Yoruba they call ojojo. What I am, they grate it, they put pepper, salt, Maggi, they fry. That was what they were buying. We don't eat it in my house. I've never seen it. I saw it in school. And because it's hot, oily, and scentsy, I liked it. I wanted it. I can't ask my mom for money because she didn't expose us to money. So the best thing I could do was to go to a shop where I grind pepper, and I always go to and ask that we have change. See how it goes. Mommy, good afternoon, ma. I came here on Saturday to grind pepper. Say, oh, how are you? How are your parents? Fine, thank you, ma. How much is your change? I will tell her 20 kobo. She would dip her hand in she has a basin that she keeps her money into. She will pick it out and give to me. I'll say, thank you, Ma, I will go. I was a child, so I didn't know better. The next day, I will go there. Mom, good afternoon, Ma. Forgetting that I came yesterday. I grinded pepper. My change is remaining. She was like, who grinded the pepper for you? I will call one of our children. They have Barakayode, Yinka, my classmate, then Nancy, I remember her name. So I will call any of the three kids that come. There's like anarchy in the house. Any of them that comes to my mind, I will call the name. She will give me the change. This went on for, I was a child, maybe up to in 2 months or a month plus. Every time I go collect money, go buy or Jojo. So this very day I went, I didn't know they had a family meeting. And at the family meeting, they told themselves, Shetemi is always coming here to collect change. Is it every time you put grind pepper for her? Does she grind on daily basis now? And they said, okay, when next she comes, let's verify. Unfortunately for me and the good God that doesn't want me to turn to an armed robber, I went there, as usual, to collect my change. On getting there, I greeted, Mommy, good afternoon, Ma. And she said, hey, Shetemi, how are you? I said, fine, thank you, Ma. How are your parents? I said, they are fine. Mommy, I have change. Who grind pepper for you? I said, the eldest, I forgot her name, Aunt Stella. I said, Auntie Stella. She just turned back and said, Stella. Eh? When I saw the Auntie Stella day house, I said, Mommy, no, I don't think so. I think it's Brakin. Aki. At that stage, I said, I think I'm forgetting something. Maybe, I think I don't have change with you. So the 4 of them pounced on me. They started beating me. My aunt was coming from school. I can hear the ha. Now, what you do at this point in Nigeria? When I take the carry camera phone, when I will do it like this, as I'm going now, I'm going to my children's school. The teacher just beat up my daughter. Una no say it take me 7 years to born this pikin. Pikin, even the sign never heal. And they go there now. Teacher, why you beat my pikin? Those bars. And social media will be commenting. Yes, serves them right. Good for them. My aunt was coming from school. She was living with us. And she saw them beating me. You know what she did? She dropped her school bag, joined them. That beat nonsense on my body. My mom works 8 to 4. So she came back from work at 4, and they took me home with all the mark in my body. You know, a mother should. Our Gen Z mothers, Alpha generation. You know, we should say, why would they do this to my daughter? She picked her own cane. They call it atoni. I don't know the English word. It has tiny, tiny yellow flowers. It doesn't cut. It has branches and pepperish. It's always close to graveside. They pull them from. I don't know where she gets it from. My mother has a lot of it. She started her own. After everything, she grinded pepper, diluted with water, and rubbed on all the marks on my body. From that day, if I see the tip of your pencil on the ground in the class, I will call you. Junior, come. The tip of your pencil broke. Pick it. Before you are bending, I will pick it and I will give you. Why? Because, why? Somebody somewhere was intentional about me. Somebody said something, albeit in your Gen Z mind, it looks crude, but I didn't forget. It looks harsh. The Bible says, spare the rod. I don't know where we got what we are doing today from, but it worked for me. And that's why I can stand here today to tell you about little things about morality, little things about values, because somebody was intentional in telling me that you cannot continue on this route and not crash land. Thank God for a willing heart to listen. What we have today and what led me to that talk is the reversed rule. We were in a school, like you heard in introduction. We go to schools, we call ourselves security education advocates, myself and my partners. I also go under the auspices of Unmute the Voices. What do? We talk to our children, we sex educate them, we tell them about drugs, the little way we know, and Coach Dave has been teaching me more. We tell them every vice that is available based on true life story. And we also look around at the conduct of the teachers, how they behave. What we see these days is that we don't see teachers that takes their profession as a calling anymore. It's a job. I'm not surprised. And we are not here to condemn teachers in the house. It's the system that we joined the flow of the negativity in the country. But that's why the Duke's Foundation have come to say, we have gone this far. We can't go further. We have failed Nigeria and generation next enough. We cannot afford to fail anymore. The time to act is now. Like our national coordinator will say, he said the time to act is now. Today, he changed it to, he said, act now and act. He now put very in the front of the fast. We need to act very fast. You thought I didn't see that? I saw it. The very. I'm intentional. When I'm looking at anything from you, I see that you don't want that act fast again. You want us to act very fast. And while we are at this, we notice teachers that are not bothered or concerned about the future of these children. Well, I learned in churches also, once you're a graduate, you could apply to be a pastor without a calling. I know a lot of stories like that. Like, were you called? No. Why did you go to join? He said, they announced for vacancy of pastor. And I went to apply. So it's not bothersome that is happening in schools. It's happening everywhere. But there are some jobs that are called jobs. I don't know the English to use, but pardon my English. You must have the calling of God on your life before you can be a teacher or a police officer. If you do not have it, you will fail. You cannot succeed. You will make the money, you will do nothing with the money. You will make the money, your children will make you cry in old age. Because the job of teaching, both at home and in the school, involves intentionality. You can't just do it casually. You can't say nothing concern me. Shebi na they are picking, how much did they pay me? Yes, they are not paying you much. But there is a big boy up there that sees your diligence, your kind heart, the way you are attending to these children, the way you are a mother to them, a father to them. And he decides to want to pay you back. Do you know how you will feel? You are in a plane one day, your children are taking you outside the country or to wherever. Or you are visiting them in Lagos or in Abuja. And a voice just comes up. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome aboard Temi Aircraft, because nobody paid me to do advert for them. Or welcome aboard Policing with Good Conscience Aircraft. We'll be taking off right now to Abuja, and permit me to welcome a special person aboard this aircraft. The future of this nation and my future was shaped right in a palm, and is the person of Mrs. Theodora Orji, my class teacher when I was in primary 2. My class teacher, Madam Theodora Orji, the moment you hear that word, what comes to your mind? Hey? Who dey inside the cockpit? Yes, that your stubborn student that time that you never gave up on. I'm the pilot in this aircraft today. Can you please bring my teacher to the business class seat? How will you feel as a teacher that has labored in love over a child kept under your watch? Do you always say, she's not my child? I born my own. That's the slogan we hear everywhere. We've gone this far. We can't go further. As a nation, we can't continue on this path and expect to have a better Nigeria. We're in a school, called Otokutsu Secondary School in Warri. And we're talking to them like this. And I saw flash of phone, like screen lights on phone, on assembly ground. I saw what I've not seen in my life. In our days, everybody in a low court. I was seeing Galaxy, dreadlock, I call it mopping stick, on assembly ground. Unagree, public or private school, I don't care. How did we get here? Seeing daughters with nail cortex on assembly ground? Excuse you? Were you trained like that? Is it because their parents have money? Ha! A learner in a school came to us and asked a question. He said, I don't understand. There are students that don't come to school, they only come to write exam, and I know they don't have anything to write. They still promote them and we see them in the same class with us. As a police officer that you have come today, what do you want to advise to encourage me to keep coming to school when the system said they must promote other people that did not go to school? I beg, Mokuna, tell me, which answer I won't give such picking? How did we fail this generation? Who cost us? Why are we going on this path? And the young officer is here. Where is Inspector Tunde? I've been looking out for him. Where is he? Outside. Okay, he's carrying ham. Okay, I understand. Tunde saw my eyeballs. And he saw where I was looking, where I was talking. And he went into the line. And he recovered, how many phones? Daughter. 30-something phones on assembly ground from SS2 line. Alone. Android phone. No cheap phone among them. Phones have not, iPod pop, one thing. Now my daughter know the name. They were calling the names for me. In the school on assembly ground. Do you know what they do with it? They watch porn. They do fraud. They sub their teachers. And they close and go home. When they are in second term SS2, they all go to another school miracle center. And they register. They all pass. They go into the university. Another mad person that went through same system is sitting and waiting for them. How we take rich here in Nigeria? Parents pay for miracle center for their children. Hello. Not be son I call on today. Is it Alu or Aru? There are two ways. In Delta Igbo is Aru. Here I learned is Alu. Abomination. Did your parents give you such training? Why are you giving it to our children? Now trainers we can't talk to today. And for parents that does the same thing, now they pay. When the papa talk, una know they join them. If they wait for now. I tell them this, I know it's difficult for them to understand. I said, when you go, you read public admin. Another person went to Miracle Center in another state and read medicine. When you want born, now that one we go Miracle Center for Kwara. We read medicine. Now you go operate you or bring out Pikin, strangle him with a cord. We don't have qualified doctors. We don't have lawyers that can speak English. We don't have teachers that know how to teach. Engineers are building houses in Nigeria. It's falling on daily basis. Who cursed us? How did we get here? It all starts from the home and from our teachers. Some of you are lecturers in such private schools and public school where these things are done. You feel it's none of my business. After all, my child did her own. But remember that one you are pushing. We attend to you one day. Maybe the architect that will design your building may do something defective for you. I pray God will remind you of today when it comes. Because no matter how you kill your conscience, God will remind us. That tell me, you remember you contributed. See what? Me, I get conscience. They flog me well on daily basis. Even when I want to help, and it's not the help of God, He tells me, okay, let them come out now. The person will go introduce your own picking to the same thing. They learned for inside house. 31st of December, I said this story in Oka yesterday. A little boy was brought because this is sensitive. Why was he brought? A classmate called him in the night. Can you send me the phone number of our classmate, Annabelle? And he went to his sister's room, retrieved the sister's phone, elder sister's phone, and quickly saved on his own phone the sister's number as Annabelle, IUS. Then he forwarded on WhatsApp to that person, so the person believes he's chatting with IUS. The next, with Annabelle. The next thing that came up is, hello, Annabelle, how are you doing? Fine, thank you. The next story, do you masturbate? And she, out of shame, she said, sometimes. Then the story continued. Send me your nude picture. Of course, she sent it as view once to the friend, Annabelle, a girlfriend. Annabelle carried Annabelle carried his real phone. not the sister's phone now, and screen recorded the video and sent back to her. You think you are smart? See the video you sent to me now. How did you get it recorded? I said, forget that. You know I can cast you with this one. Anything I tell you henceforth, you do it. First thing, lock the door of the room. Parents here, teachers, if you are privileged to be rich and you have a house, please do not put locks on the doors of your children's room. Let every room be accessible. Set a grand rules in your house. Don't bring strangers into the house that you are afraid of. And if the house is a free house that contains you and your children alone, let all locks be open. She immediately told Annabelle, in quotes, that we don't have locks on our door. Annabelle said, go to the bathroom, go naked and start dancing in front of video for me. She dropped her phone and ran to the mother's room. She knelt down. Thank God for godly parents and godly heart. 2 weeks before then, the mother said, I told her, we watched a movie together, and I said, on no account should you send your nude to any man. She no say woman involved. Say, mommy, you told us we should not send to a man, but it's a woman I sent to my classmate Annabelle, and she sent it back to me, and she's telling me to do things for her. Thank God, God touched her heart to talk. Then the mother now said, okay, go and bring your phone. She was calm. They checked the phone together, the chats they've had, the video they sent back. And the mother said, tell him, he was not asking, are you there? You want me to cast you? I will post it on the school page. I will post it here. I will post on Facebook. So he now said, no. While we were talking, my mom came in. Moreover, my phone is playing up when I came back. So I will give you another number that you can chat with. So I gave the mother's number. The boy started chatting with the mother. I said, go to your bathroom, lock the door. I saw the message, 31st December. Pull your clothes. So she went into the bathroom. The mother held the phone and was recording. The voice is a video call, but it was in darkness. It was booming. But the voice sounded like the voice of a girl. She's still sounding like a girl. And he said, yeah, zip down the nightwear. So she was pulling it down, and the mother caught the video. And she ran to the police station. This was 30th breaking 31st. So she ran to the police station 31st morning. We started tracking the line. Finally, we arrested at about 6 p.m. of 31st. A little child, 13 years old. Chatting with a classmate, 15 years old. We could not carry him alone. He's too young. So we carried him with the mother. The sister, only sister, followed and came. She knows in our body, mess the smell. On getting to the police station, I asked him, how did you get to this stage? The story is long. We discovered that all the ones I told you, he used the sister's phone, he claimed to be Annabelle. In fact, he's Emmanuel, he's in SS2 at 13 years. You remember frontal cortex, Coach Dave? I bet, is it developed? Does it know what is right or wrong? E.G. Cash parents, Itaego, E-money, where they buy phone back to back and tab back to back. Unado. The negativity your parents never exposed you to, that you're exposing our children to, in the name of, is the in thing. Or let me distract, according to Madam Jennifer. Take this, so that will distract you a little. I asked the boy, how did you know? Do you know he was telling the old woman? He said, go to your setting and remove and put your read receipt, so that I'll be knowing. He didn't know he was chatting with the girl's mother. And I said, I don't know how to remove, you can do your phone in a way, WhatsApp, that you won't know if I read your message. I won't know if you read mine. He was commanding the girl's mother you want to be knowing when they've read the message. She now said she doesn't know how to do it. He thought he was talking to the girl. He was describing 13 how to remove it, how to put it back so that they can be knowing. And I asked him, how did you learn all this online? When did you have your first phone? I'm not talking about tab. 5 years. What else do you do online? This boy started masturbating in GS1 when he was 8 years old. Like Coach Jennifer said, he said when he picks his daddy or mommy's phone, porn site pops up. Parents in the house, what are you they watch for your phone? Una think so una smart past this generation, ba? All those blue film that you are hiding in corners of your houses. They see a move. Sex toys in the house. Unfortunately, we sexualized our children by ourselves. We destroy them with our hands. Unfortunately. We buy them clothes that are not godly, even from when they were young. You take them to birthday parties because of one carton of Indomie noodles, there is a gift. You make them dance to indecent songs. You get us, they do me. I listened to one song. What's the name? The one they always call in school when we go to school. Rema. Say, I will, please tell me some of the lyrics. Let me tell mothers here. Because you are singing these songs, you don't even know what they are saying in it. Tell me what Rema said, Jerry. I will put my cassava in your vagina, line 2. I will give you Beleron, line 3. I will find Alumo bitters. I want him buy, drink. Then I will go Lagos, go hustle, Yahoo boy. And we are playing them in our homes. We are exposing these children to negativity. Daughter, bring my board. When we go to schools, we show them everything we have here and more. We know that you are teaching them, but when we wear this uniform to pass the message, I think it penetrates better. And our daughters have been unmuting their voices. Our men are speaking out. We show them this indecent dressing. And we tell them only a mad person. In fact, there's one I've seen. Maybe you guys have not noticed. Have you seen any Nigeria artist call the name that used a man that is dancing? See the way the man is dressed too. He no wear shirt. He put trouser here. He wear boxers where reach here. He come bring out in pennies. Come put on top of the boxers, not inside. Come they dance, the pennies come they jump like this. Have you seen it before? Why are they using our daughters as sex toys? Why are our daughters shaking breasts in public view? Who failed our daughters? Who did this to us? Why are our daughters twerking? And you are happy. Hey, my daughter won the dancing competition. She's the first in it. Who bought this for our daughter the first time? For all of you now, we don't buy bomb shots for December and ripped trousers. Please get home and pack them off the ground. They belong to mad people. There is a law in our land against indecent dressing. Anything you are wearing that your genitals are showing, it's a criminal offense. See nipple now. See vagina. Not being the show for here, so. What is this now? But most of them will tell us, my mommy bought it for me. Can we be a community parent when next we see this, we tell them, can you go back home and go and change? That's what we saw growing up, not lie. Growing up, wait now, stand here. Brass, I need one of you, come. Shebi na me you dey find, I don't call you. Stand and be talking to my daughter. Be talking to her. Community parents, in the 70s and the 80s, when I watch them, she carry her bag, she dey go market. She go waka pass. She go stop. She go turn. Hey, blessing, how are you? How is your mom? How is she doing? I didn't see you for a long time. You've grown so big. Uncle, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Are you living in this area? Oh, no, know their style now. Are you living around this area? You just got back. Who are your parents? I don't know you. Blessing, I've not seen him around here before. Who is his father? Who is the mother? Does he have siblings in this area? And how come he's keeping his beard untidy like this? Please give me a moment, my friend. What are you wearing? Go back inside. Fight. Tell your mother to go and change that clothes. Uncle, we watch over our children in this area. When next you are coming, we don't allow people to talk to our daughters at the back of the wall. Enter their house like a decent child. She's from a decent home. Go and talk to her inside the house, not outside the house. Where is the spirit of community parenting? If Blessing doesn't answer me, she knows that the mama will kill him. But these days, we hear mothers saying, you not born your own. Why you dey help me address my own? I know this will come in question time, We tell our children, let me tell you this, to police their body at all time. I say this everywhere. Policing is the duty of every one of us. Only a nation that wants to run aground will leave their policing in the hands of criminals. And that's what Nigeria have been doing. The criminal-minded ones at home, the ones that sells television, the one that steals from their parents, the ones that are stubborn and already taking drugs, are the one you present to Nigerian police force to train for you. If I dey talk like Mona, tell me say na lie. You know they hear words like, this my pikin, you too stubborn. When you finish secondary school, you go join police. No problem, don't laugh. Una don't bring them. We don't train them how to use gun. You know say na thief, you dey thief for house. You dey carry gun. It's coming back to your community. In community policing, to police you and your neighbors. Police bad. Police na thief. Police na criminal. Police na... Are they from Togo? From Niger Republic? From Canada? Now we raise them unintentionally. And according to Coach Wendy, anyhow, with anyhowness kind of nature. Jaga reason. We don't raise them, they don't grow. Police don't give them gun after training them. So they are back on the street to protect you with the gun. Give us a round of applause. Una not like us. It's garbage in, garbage out. Now what you una give us, we give una back. Don't complain. When next you see a bad police officer in your neighborhood, tell yourself, I failed. Because when that child went on training, you know, a Nigerian mother is boastful. Where Junior? Junior don't go police academy. I don't gain admission. Did they police academy? Why Emmanuel? Emmanuel, they training for Oji River. You never hear? Emma don't go Oji River. And you know, Emmanuel is the thief. Did you reach out to the college to tell them that if you train this boy how to use weapon, the future of the country is bleak? You didn't do that. You don't consign me. That's what we do. Then the next thing, police met me, they harassed me. Now the pikin when they talk back at you inside house. So why won't he harass another person's mother? He's used to harassing women, even before he wore the uniform. So the job is not the one that is bad. It's the citizen that went to wear the uniform that is bad. Every country has police. Why our own be like this? Una dey ask una self. A boy that is taking drugs at home, won't he go to where they are selling drugs to be collecting returns and free drug? How can he now hand or eradicate or prevent taking of drugs? I never hear of stories in NDLA where they said they recover drugs and half of the drug, they don't. Now the people want to present to go and work in a sensitive place like NDLA. And I will say, hey, now what for these people? They are useless. No. We are useless as parents because from the home, we are failed. We are the one that failed the system. We've been hearing the slogan since we came in here. Shine the light, Nigeria. Shine the light, Enugu State. Shine the light, Enugu. Are you going to join us today to shine this light? Are you joining this winning team to save the future of our generation next? Are you thinking about the fact that in the next 20 years, if we are not careful, we will not have people to contest for the position of governors, presidents, senators, House of Assembly members in Nigeria with the rate of drug abuse in our system? Can we speak out when it starts? Can we stop covering nonsense? Parents, teachers, say, I don't even know what they do in their own house, so we will hide our own here. Can you seek for help timeously so that we can save that child? Because when he gets on the street, it becomes my problem. Can we save the future of Nigeria children? Thank you for giving me the stage to talk today. Thank you, Enugu. God bless you all.
Wow. Enugu, make some noise. What do we say to CSP Temi? Let's do another. I told you I was going to teach you another one, right? All right, now we're going to roll it. The clap, we'll roll it and then clap it and push it to her. 1, 2, go. Oh. Thank you. Oh, I didn't come with my hat. Okay, you're surprised to see me like this, right? Wow. I look good, right? Thank you. If officers of that fine police station say I look good, I mean, I look good. All right, so we'll bring up the next. Now, everything she said is very, very true. And I believe you can relate with them, right? Before I bring up the other person, precisely on the 3rd of November, all right, precisely on the 3rd of November, I'm going to give you just two instances. On the 3rd of November, I saw a mom post a video, actually a picture of a 1-year-old, and I'm going to send the 1-year-old picture to the multimedia so they push play to it. And the picture, the young girl was half naked with pant and bra only. 1-year-old birthday photo shoot. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Have you seen a police station like this? Police station that has... Are you seeing the air conditioners? If this police station is around your neighborhood, you will most likely want to sleep there. So she's going back to that place right after now. But we want to give you an opportunity to ask her a question. We'll take, 1, 2, 3, 4. How are we going to do it? We're just going to take one question. One question for Officer Temi. You heard our session, right? Who has a question for her? The story I told you about, we did not know that guy was in court, until we woke up one morning and we saw a gun in the house. And then the other court people came to look for him from Abraka in our house. I was like this when I saw a gun pointed at us. Where is Frederick? So parents, you want to get the latest. My mom didn't know Frederick was a cultist. They thought all the guys coming from the house, coming from school, were Frederick's friend. And that's how we had a full-blown executioner in the house. We didn't know. We were clearing the house one day. We saw a gun in the kitchen. Mom was like, gun? Oh, in my house? And she had to find an excuse. She always has an excuse for Frederick, Oh, maybe it's when they were packing General Onea's house. Okay, maybe one of them brought the gun. And my mom went to drop the gun in the soak-away pit. Wonderful story, right? Real life. Frederick is about 55 now, Thank God he's still alive. Praise God. So who has a question for Officer Temi? You want to get the latest? Okay, come, sir. Let's put our hands together for that gentleman. All right. Please cut it brief in righteousness.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be in this training, and I thank the convener and all the organizers of the training. My name is Mr. Innocent Asoye. Okay, what I want to ask is that we have heard about drug abuse and stuff like that. But when the speaker was talking, I was actually looking at something. He made mention of clamping down on the suppliers. Because most of these suppliers, some of them are even uniformed men, which I know of. Some of them, when they go to clamp down on some of the suppliers, they will also take their own. So please, what are the methods? We've heard about community parenting, and I know that there is community policing. What are the methods that you people are putting on the ground to ensure that some of these suppliers are clamped and dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The only measure that has been proved to be potent so far is what we are doing. Security, education, advocacy to community, to worship centers, to schools. Telling them that when they see something, they say something so that we can do something. If a vehicle drives to the place where they sell drugs, always, if you are in uniform, you don't go enter Okada come now. You go in your vehicle. I've heard stories of, named vehicles parked at such locations to collect returns, snap the vehicle, raise an alarm immediately, and we give numbers out. I wasn't privileged to bring out the number here, but we give number not minding the fact that this is Enugu, that is Delta. We tell them, call the number. We will link the CP, Enugu. We all have numbers to reach each other. I have the PRO's number here. I have everybody important and necessary here. If we don't have a direct line that you could use to reach everywhere in Nigeria, we could reach one to reach out to another. And I tell everyone where we go, that police is one. If anybody with the intention to cure or change the system on ground knows who to reach to bring an end to it, truly, they may be part of them. And don't forget, I started by saying they are members of your family. So if you now see that member of your family that you have brought to us in such place, please, can you report him? You may say, after all, my children are not taking drugs. You never can tell, like our Coach Dave said. Drugs don't smell anymore. And I forgot to say something here because of my children that are here. Parents, teachers, please stop coloring the parts of the body for our children. We have discovered in the line of duty that pedophiles use the name of the private part of the body against our children. You know who a pedophile is? A sexual molester, sexual abuser, people that delight. I describe them in layman's language as big body, male or female, with small brain. Their brain no dey function. Because only somebody with dysfunctional brain will prey on an innocent child. What did they ask them? You said, I touched you here. What is the name of this place? You say you will tell your mother. Call the name now, and you see our daughters, our sons, they go quiet. Idiot. Get out! That ends the story. Back to back, day to day, abuse of our children. She can't talk because you have told her to call pennies, PP. So even when he says, Uncle Jude touched my PP, you just reason Uncle Jude a boy, him too a boy, touched. Maybe he was just passing and just brushed. Your mind will never go that they are sodomizing your son under your watch as a parent. When he say, Uncle Ima touched my bum bum comes to your mind, not vagina. Can we tell our daughters to call vagina, vagina? Can we tell our sons to call penis, penis, breast, breast, anus, anus? What did he mean? Buttocks, buttocks, not bum. So when you tell me, Uncle Emmanuel touched my buttocks, hell will let loose because I know the difference between bum and buttocks. You will tell me why you touched our buttocks. Stop shutting our children up. Most times when we see victims of pedophile attack, why didn't you tell daddy and mommy, my mommy will beat me? When did we turn to monster? We beat them at every slightest opportunity. Did it make them better? It will never make them change. Instead, it makes them keep quiet, and we've seen a lot, a little boy living with HIV because a man was sodomizing him, and he could not tell the parents. Mommy comes back from work, daddy comes back from work, they see him that the face changed, picking where they took pennies for in anus. You know, go they pain when the papa come at 9 years. Did they notice? Mommy is rushing, making dinner. Daddy is rushing, watching television and football. Under their watch for 2 years. For 2 years, he was 11. He started chasing children in his community up and down to put penis either in their, because uncle was not close to him, daddy, either in their mouth or in their anus. Then the grandmother noticed what a mother didn't see for 2 years. She saw it in 48 hours. And she raised alarm. Papa, mama, I'm not carry on a pikin before he destroyed my other grandchildren. He could not talk to them because they don't have a relationship. So the parents brought her to the station. Him, since he's not talking. And I asked him, you're my son. I know the country failed you. Who taught you this thing? He opened up a baba in front of their house. Their parents passing that area when that boy was screaming the first day they put penis in his anus. He said he was shouting. No be noise I hear for there. They continued their journey. Community parenting, 0. And it happened for 2 years. That's not the bad side of the story. Number one, the anal muscle was weakened. When he thinks of pooing, he poos on his body. Number 2, he's living with HIV/AIDS. Can it be prevented? Yes. Was it prevented? No. Is the man in prison? 100%. Nami, they in charge. But is it changing the fact that this boy is not living with HIV? No. What is the solution? Be intentional. Let every child in your neighborhood matter to you. He's taking drugs, or you see him wrapping paper and joking with it. Now, there they start to. Can you speak to the mother? Let it be off your conscience that I spoke, now the mama no here. Can we practice that in going forward? To be part of every busybody. That's what we used to call our parents those days, now teachers. Busybody. Can we all turn to busybody for the betterment of the nation Nigeria? Can we shine our light? Thank you very much. I love you all.
A round of applause for Officer Temi. Say to your neighbor, every child is your child. Say it again to your neighbor. Say, every child is your child. So we're bringing up our next speaker because of time. Multimedia, can you put that image up? Just put that image up real quick. Put the image I just shared with you. Just put it up. Come on. Yeah, that's the 1 year birthday photo shoot. 1 year. Very nice. What is it now? 1 year photo shoot. 1 year. All right, take it out. I don't know why we're murmuring, no. I said this is 1 year. I sent the picture. I saw it. It was posted on my WhatsApp timeline. 1 year-old girl. Now, that looked, it's a screen. It looks enlarged. The image is no longer clear. Put it up again. Let Officer Temi see the 1 year-old. You say it's not 1 year. Put it up again, Oga. 1 year birthday photo shoot. Let me just show you. Look at it. You said that's not 1 year? It's 1 year. It's because of how I sent it. It's already... Are you not seeing baby diaper? Thank you. All right. We want to take pictures, and then we'll bring you back up. All right? All right. Let's do the chandelier with a torchlight. All right. All right. Are we good, photographers? Are we good? Now, I know you are eating. Please pause on the food and bring out your mobile phones. I want us also to bring out our mobile phone. Just pause on your food and bring out your mobile phone. Come on now, bring out. Madam, just chill. I'm looking at you. You're dicing that chicken. Just chill. Bring out your mobile phones. Let's shine the light with all our guests and the rest of us. All right. Shine the light. Now, so I don't chop the food, go far. Can we just stand up as we do it the right way? Bring out your touch lights. If we can dim the lights in the hall, it will make a lot more sense. Are we good? Everybody stand now. Thank Thank you. Better. Aww. This is going to be beautiful. Those of you in that middle, I don't know why you're not standing on, why you don't have your torchlight? Please stand up. We want to make good videos, all right? How many of you have seen Davido and Wizkid, O2 Arena? They do this a lot. So we want to really ensure that we do it for the right reasons. Are we together? All right. Wow, look at yourselves on the screen. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. Wave it up above your head. Wow. So I'm going to sing Shine the Light. Are we ready? I have to be somewhere. All right, here we go. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Make some noise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's have the lights back up. Thank you. All right. So we'll bring up the next speaker. Let's have her citation already. Thank you. Multimedia, please. Let's make welcome Chika Agu. Please give her a big hand.
Is widely recognized as an authority on financial intelligence. Chika Agu is a multi-potentialite serial entrepreneur and educator with a deep commitment to shaping future-ready children and sustainable communities. She is the founder of White Cloud School, Ebonyi State, where she combines academic excellence with values, innovation, and practical life skills. A tech enthusiast and author, Chika is widely recognized as an authority on financial intelligence for children, championing early exposure to money, skills, enterprise thinking, and responsible decision-making. Her work bridges education, technology, and character development, helping young people build confidence, competence, and clarity from an early age. Beyond the classroom, Chika is a community reformer and a respected voice within professional ecosystems, APEN, NAPS, and SALLC, where she contributes to conversations on education reform, leadership, and impact-driven enterprise. At the Train the Trainers Summit, Chika brings a practical, future-focused perspective, equipping educators, school leaders, and parents with actionable insights on raising financially intelligent, tech-aware, and value-driven children. Her sessions are known for clarity, relevance, and real-world application. Chika Agu stands at the intersection of education, innovation, and purpose, inspiring stakeholders to teach differently, lead boldly, and build with posterity in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Chika Agu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Enugu. I am very delighted to be in your midst this afternoon. And I would want to use this opportunity to thank our convener of the Train the Trainers Summit. And I want to say a very big thank you, Ma. I also want to fall back on what Lady Jenny said. She said they came to speak, but rather they are learning. I don't even know whether I should even be saying anything because actually I'm dumbfounded from all I've been hearing since morning. I think I've never seen all these things, all these drugs in my life, and I've never heard all the stories that I heard today, but I would say I'm so blessed to be here today because I have really learned a lot.
So quick one. The topic I'll be taking this morning is Get Digital. The topic is Get Digital. And it is to teach parents. It is very, we've been speaking since morning. We said, let's put this little demon down, right? But we must also understand there's something that Pastor Sam Adeyemi says. Pastor Sam Adeyemi said, why is it that every time Christians always be the last people, they're always the last people to get on a particular trend? That means after the whole people that are not supposed to be there, they are there. When the Android phone came out, they first said, how you be using Android phone? This thing. I went to a church one time that the man was even saying, this thing is not scriptural, right? Even when TV came out, some churches say this thing is not scriptural, right? So, but Pastor Sam Adeyemi was saying, instead of being the first people to actually get on something, if they bring an app, it should be Christians that would rather be the first people. Do you understand? And I was thinking to myself, if somebody sits down and they can do Yahoo, they can actually swindle money in a particular way, that person can do amazing things. Because it takes a lot of effort to do that thing. So the same person that can sit down, do that thing. If that person's creativity, I don't know whether I'll call it creativity, or that person's, this thing was channeled the right way, it would have yielded better results than what it yielded. So we are talking about getting digital, and this topic is to teach us that we do not have to fear. It's just that we are using our phones the wrong way, and we are using it at the wrong way at the wrong time. And there's an adage that said that technology is good when it brings us together. Technology is good, or is put to good use, when it does what? Bring us together. So imagine a family, everybody having their phones, and everybody's doing, this person is on their own, this person is on their own, this person is on their own. And sorry, I do not subscribe to children having phones before the age of 18. Because I don't know what you are doing there. Do you understand? I can't tell what you are doing there. I believe that you must have formed bond with your family, with your parents, with your siblings first. Because I don't know how many of you are noticing that the rate of sibling rivalry is getting too high. It's getting too much. So why don't parents be intentional about people are living in the same house? Let them talk to each other first. Let them love each other first. Let them be into each other first before whatever happens outside, and before going online, going to Facebook, accepting millions of friend requests that you won't talk about. So we are talking about getting digital. And I want to say it's better that we know. I remember one time when a parent of mine walked into my school and she said, most of all these apps that this child is using, I don't come in. And for me, I didn't see a parent that was careless. I saw an intentional parent that really wanted to know how these apps work so that she could know how to guide her children. But some of us, have we noticed that the kind of children we give birth to, I believe we're in Gen Alpha now, before you say, you give a small child a phone, the child has already, do you understand, even what you don't know. So getting digital is saying that we shouldn't fear the whole phone era, but we should put it to what? Good use. We should put it to good use. I was just talking there and I said, this thing that the CSP was saying is so practical, because there was a child in my school, that was before. If you're school owners, I believe that you should have a structure to when the children bring their laptops, days they bring their laptops, when they open it, when they close it, to avoid certain things. It's very, very important. There should be a structure. Oh, Monday you are bringing it. It is open from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. So even if you are in school and they've not come to pick you, it is in a different place. Only when they come to pick you, you pick it from that place they came to pick you and you go home. So there should be a structure. So why I'm saying this was because before we didn't have that structure. So a child, his laptop spoils, and he wanted to collect notes from another child. So he brought this, what they call that, I've forgotten the name. A flash drive from their house. He saw flash drive in their house, and he now said, okay, let me bring this flash drive in our house. So
let me collect all the videos and all the things that they had given. And then when he brought this flash drive, I said then, we didn't have that structure. He puts the flash drive in the, obviously now the flash drive there's something that would make the information that is on the flash drive a hair. So on the flash drive, there was enough porn on the flash drive. You understand? And it's the flash drive that his mom kept on top of the shelf in her room. And children, we might not be paying attention to details because we are older. But a child, when they come here, they notice every little thing. So the boy took the flash drive and brought it to school to come and copy the slides. And upon opening the flash drive and everything, so they found a lot of porn in it. And when we called the parents, it was funny how she was more concerned about us not telling the father than, that was her area of concern. She wasn't even saying anything about the damage or how we would join hands together to say, okay, what has this boy seen? Because boy was asked, have you watched this thing before? And he said, yes. Do you know this thing is there? He said, yes. Do you understand? But she was more concerned about how the thing won't come out. But that's it. So we handled it, and then G&C handled that and started speaking with the boy about the whole thing he had seen. So we're talking about getting digital. There are some things that we might see, we might not know. We must understand that we need to be very accustomed to times that are changing. When times change, it just looks as if most of our Gen Alpha nowadays, they speak certain languages that we do not know. I don't know how many of you have heard Riz, you've heard 6, 7, you've heard all those languages. So you need to... Show me again. Show me again. Beautiful. Now, you'll be there or they will sell you. If you don't know all the languages, you'll be there, they will sell you. So take your time to find out. You've heard things like SUS. You've heard things like only in Ohio. You hear things like different things. Because when you take their phones or when you take where they are chatting, you'll be lost because you don't know anything that is there. So it's better you go and sit down and learn all the languages. You have ChatGPT, Abi. Just tell ChatGPT, give me 100 Gen Alpha slangs. It should give you and then give you the meaning. So we need to understand that we need to get accustomed with our digital phones. I want to say something. How many of you know that there's a way, even if your children for schools that use laptop, even if your children have Google accounts, there's a way you can merge all the Google accounts and then you can be seeing everything they are doing on your phone. It is very important that you do that. That one is the first step first. Because I know it happened with me in 2023 when I traveled out, you understand, and then I was out of the country for 6 months. And for every time my child, because they were back from boarding school that period, if they download Snapchats and they open it and somebody messages them, I'll be seeing it from my own end. Do you understand? The history of whatever they browsed, you will see it no matter how far you are. You will see it from your own end. You understand? So if whatever they were doing, you would get the information. So it's very important that you try to, everybody's Google accounts, make it into one. Even everybody's iCloud accounts. That can happen. Even if you're using iCloud, you can merge everybody's iCloud accounts in your house, and then you begin to see all the information. So even if somebody gets a call, the one of Apple is even good. Even if somebody gets a call on this phone, you are seeing the call on your own phone. Do you understand? So for you people that feel that you should give your children a phone, I'm just giving you tips for to checkmate them. So there's a statistic that says that by age 12, 91% of children in Nigeria have regular access of mobile phone or internet. And that was from UNICEF by 2020. It was from UNICEF in 2025. They were saying that by age 12, so that means many people in Nigeria, you understand, they buy phones for their children. So digital literacy is essential for adults. Technology is unavoidable in childhood. The most important goal should be, it should be safe, it should be responsible, and it should give value. So we are raising a community of children that will live online. And if you don't teach them wisely, they might risk everything. So if our children are not being taught wisely, they might risk everything. How many of you have noticed that some people, especially this Gen Z, Gen Alpha, some of them will just sit down, make videos, say certain things, and you'll be asking who raised these people. That's because nobody has sat them down. It should be a topic in our ICT. Unfortunately, it's not in our curriculum. But many of us school owners that know what's up, we put it there. What to post and what not to post. It should be a topic. What to show online and what not to show online is essential. It should be a topic that you teach in your class. So children now know. A parent of ours said, that somebody posted something and then she was showing her child, and her child said, this should have not been what? Online. So there should be a topic saying what to post and what not to post. So we need to actually separate children's life. Separate online from what? Offline. Separate what? Online from what? We should separate online from offline. And because Lady Jane said something when she was talking, she said, how many of you woke up this morning and picked your phone? We can attest to the fact that when we pick these phones, they stop us from reading our Bible. Are you being very honest? Somebody like me that know that I am very addicted to it, this January 1st, I deleted every single thing. Do you understand? So that you can read your Bible. So you need to start teaching these children the discipline of that. Because it's possible that some people are disciplined enough to know that there is a time frame that they open it. Do you understand? So I feel that we need to start teaching the children the discipline of that. So they should understand that. I learned that in China, they have an app. They launched TikTok, but they don't use the TikTok. And we are the one using the TikTok. They have their own. And under their own, they don't post nonsense there. Because there's community guidelines. Once you are posting nonsense, the nonsense is coming down. And China has rules for when, once it just reaches that time, the app will automatically clock out. So we need to be able to differentiate with discipline, with the help of discipline, the time. And I believe if you start small, if you start when they are younger, it's better. So they don't turn into adults that are very addicted to it. But first and foremost, we must be very intentional about setting clear rules and boundaries. When and where do they use what? These phones. You must also be a role model. Do you understand? You can't be saying something and you are doing something differently. You can't say we should not use our phone when we are eating, and you are using it when we are eating. You can't say we should not go to bed with our phone, and you are going to bed with your phone. If you are saying something, you are doing it. Now, stay involved in online activities. I said it before. Make sure you have all the snaps, everything. Once you just have, see the trick there. Once you have the Google Mail, whatever they are downloading or whatever app they are doing, you're automatically getting everything once you have it linked. Now, keep communication very open and transparent. Whenever you find anything, I go on the extra, because when my kids are on holiday, there's, of course, there's a lot of phones in the house. Do you understand? So most times when they're on holiday, somebody can say, okay, Mom, let me use your phone. Let me chat somebody. When I read those messages, do you understand? Even if I wake up in the midnight just to read the messages. When I read those messages, I find a way to have conversations, do you understand, around those messages. So I'm not going to tell you directly that I read what you posted, do you understand? So that you don't now become cautious and now want to come and hide it, do you understand? But we must keep communication very open and what? Transparent. Then we must provide alternatives. Yes, when I mean provide alternatives, if you are saying somebody shouldn't be on their phone, what else are you doing? Are you getting Lego? Are you doing Monopoly? Are you building something? Is there something they are doing? Are they doing Scrabble? Are they doing anything? So there must be alternatives. Now provide offline fun. That is it. How many times do you have game nights in your house? How many times do they look forward to family bonding in your house? How many times do they come together in your house? What is the offline fun? Many people, since they've had their children. They've never had breakfast with their children. They've never had lunch with their children. They've never had anything. Now, use parental control. That's that thing I was saying. When you use parental control, you're able to keep guard of everything. The other thing is know when to get help. Let's talk about this as school owners. Most times, you call these parents and say, I notice A plus Z plus D. And they will tell you that you are lying against their child. Am I lying? Or you want to put problem in their family, or you want to, Can I hear what you're saying? Or you want to blackmail them? Because there was a time we were having this sex education in my school, and somebody said, so, at that point, we say, everybody close your eyes. You talk about if anybody has touched you or if any. And the girl was like, okay, so somebody has touched her and this and that and that. And then when we called the mother, she somehow made the teacher that found about this thing feel so bad. She turned the whole thing. And that wasn't the first time. She made it look somehow. Do you understand? When you tell somebody, oh, this is what I found out about your child, they will turn it and make it look as if you are making up stories about them. Their problem, don't call them again. If you find out the problem, just cancel the child in their class, because all of them, they all think that their children are God sent. Do you understand? And they don't feel the need that their children have done any other thing. Now, let us not be afraid of being online. And as teachers, I don't see any reason why some teachers, they'll be in a school. They won't know how to use any digital app. They won't know anything about anything being digital. So how then do you keep control? Now, communities you could belong to, you should be able to check these communities and belong to them. When you are a parent or a teacher, and then the people you are following online, your child is taking this your phone, and they are seeing the people you are following online. That's another thing. Because sometimes our children pick our phones. Let's be cautious of the people that we are following online. You don't just follow anyhow people because maybe they make you laugh at that point or something, and you know what they are saying is wrong, or what they are saying does not add any value, and you are following them. You are listening to them. By the time your child picks up the phone unconsciously, your child will also get to listen to those people that you have been following. So I think you need to teach your children about what they should consume online, overuse of internet and overuse of digital addiction, misuse of AI. Yes. Why is it that sometimes you see people? My sister will always tell me that when they are doing their exams, sometimes that they will allow them bring their laptops, and they will open their laptops, like what they call that kind of exam, please. But and they will give them exam, and they will write that exam. But how come we can't give such exam here? Can somebody answer, please? How come we can't give such exam? I think because our questions and what we are doing is so answer-driven. Do you understand? So whenever our children get on any AI like ChatGPT, instead of them to use ChatGPT to deepen their knowledge, they'll rather use ChatGPT to be looking for answer. And that thing is there for us to help them deepen their knowledge, for them to learn more. But instead of that, they are looking for answers. And when they get those answers, they are not even reading it though. They are copying it like that, and they are putting it down. So you need to pay attention to what your children learn. You need to pay attention to how you monitor their devices, everything. So there needs to be, for age-based guidance, 6 to 8, you deserve 6 to 9, adult supervision, shared devices, 10 to 12, guided independent use, responsible AI introduction. You need to even teach them how to prompt. Do you understand? How not to look for answers, but how to deepen their knowledge. Because some people use it to deepen their knowledge and know more, while others are just looking for what? Answers. So we need to teach them. And then as educators, we need to understand that this technology is not there for just being ordinary. It is there to empower learning. It is there to stay relevant. It is there to prevent misused opportunities. It is there to influence habits. If adults don't understand technology, children will grow without guidance in every word of habits. So if adults don't understand the use of technology, children would grow up without guidance in the very world of they inhabit. 80% of our parents feel they do not understand digital platforms their children use. So as a parent, you need to understand the digital platform that your child is using. If your child is using Canva or whatever digital platform your child is using, you need to be able to understand what digital platform your child is using. So if they are using Google Classroom in your school, in your child's school, make sure you are there, you are understanding how to use this Google Classroom and understand the essential tools you need to use. So there is the Google Family Link, there is the Apple Screen Time, there is the Net Nanny. There are things like ChatGPT that you must understand that it is there to deepen knowledge, not just to get answers. Now, there is the Brain POP for learning and creativity. There's Zoom, there's Microsoft, there's Class Dojo, some teachers use. There's Google Classroom. Technology is not the enemy, but unfamiliarity is. Let's take that away. Technology is not what? The enemy. But what is? So the absence of being familiar with this technology is the problem, not technology itself. I've told you before at the start, I said technology is put to good use when it brings everybody what? Together. Technology is put to good use when it can bring everybody what? Together, not when it makes us far from each other. There's this trending quote they always say. It says, AI will not replace teachers, but those who don't know how to use AI wisely might replace themselves. AI will certainly not replace teachers, but those who do not know how to use it wisely might replace themselves. Now, when we are looking at AI, what are we looking out for? What are the things we are checking out for? How can we ought to teach these children to be able to prompt, to deepen their knowledge, not just to get answers. If somebody is being taught fraction, now there's something I said, so something I discovered when I was taking time in the village and I was reading the village. Now, I asked the way when they give children money during December, right? You give children money, everybody has money. So I'm married into a very, very large family. So, when everybody comes out, some children are getting like 50K, 60K, 70K. You understand? And now, some people, they will give them 100. Now, share the 4 you. Because method, you are supposed to be able to use ratio of ages, Abby. But because they were teaching maths and then it did not relate to it, you are supposed to be able to use, what else can we use? There are plenty of things you can use. To be able to, but because we've made it so stereotyped, that's the way we now say divided by 4. Yeah, why is everybody supposed to get equally when I am older than you with, of course now, if I'm older than you with like 4 years, 4 ratio, 8 ratio, we divide it like that, but because we had not, do you understand? So this is why I said ChatGPT should be able to deepen what? Knowledge, not just for answers. Because if you ask ChatGPT that, how else can I teach as a teacher? How else can I teach division? Or what are the ways that children can use to understand? Relatable ways. Let me use the English because it's garbage in, garbage out. What are the relatable ways or real life applications that I can use to teach children to share things amongst themselves? Do you understand? And the reason why everybody knows that divided by 4? It's because when you're in nursery school, the only thing they tell you is you share one orange into what? And since that time, we have been sharing one orange into 4. We did not apply it to percentage. We did not, and it goes this way. You use division, there's percentage, there's ratio. I love math. Let's not dive into. So let's go. So that's the way. So we get digital. So when we get digital, benefits of AI for our children, for learning support, for critical thinking. Because how many of you wonder at the end of the answer it gives you, it tells you, can I do this for you, right? Good. So if you really want to deepen your knowledge, you should be able to tell it, okay, do all those things. That's deepening your knowledge. But because we've conditioned them to only bring out the answer, and because we are after the answer, and because we are in a system that just supports that, some teachers will say, give it to me as I gave it to you. Write it that way. Don't remove any word. What is the person's brain doing if the person is writing it that way? Did you teach God, I wanted to say something about it. Did you teach a dummy something that will write it that way? You taught somebody that had brain. If somebody takes in an information, they should be able to sit with it, right? Process it, relate it to the things around them, and then be able to give it back to you. So telling somebody write it that way doesn't make sense. So for learning support, for writing and communication, for creativity and exploration, it is there to assist. It is not there to ruin them. Do you understand? It is there to do what? Assist. It is not there to ruin them. Now, it's 3% of students who use AI tools reports improved understanding in difficult, it's 3% of students who use AI tools reports improved understanding of difficult topics. But that is when they use it wisely. Do you understand? There are many AI bots that help with that. Do you understand? AI enhances learning under guidance. So there must be appropriate use of it. Now, I would like to use the think rule for AI. T says, did I think first? When you are teaching your children, so we train them not to copy these things. T says, did I think first? H says, am I learning or am I hiding? I says, am I improving my work? N says, can I explain this by myself? And K would say, will I be comfortable? Show how I used it. Do you understand? I'll go again. It means it's just trying to tell them I just put it in a way of trying to tell them to think at the use of it. So T says, did I think first? H says, am I learning or am I hiding? I says, am I improving my work? N says, can I improve? Can I explain to myself? Will I be comfortable showing how it is being used? Now, we need to shift from controlling children online and just saying, oh, they mustn't use it, because finally they'll use it. And start teaching them how to use it effectively. Children must be taught how to live online before they even live alone. Did we get that? Children must be taught how to live online before they even live alone. You know, the other day, before I had my own kids, I practically raised 4 children with me. So one day, one of them was in school and started living alone. And he just sent to me, and Chika, I'm making stew, the small room in the university, I'm making stew. And I was like, that's very good, because if you were in the house and we were telling you, learn how to make stew, you will not want to learn. But now, if you don't make the stew, you will spend the money outside, right? So we must teach our children that they must be taught how to live online before they live alone. Now we need to teach them what to post, because 65% of teens post content that they later regret. 65% of teens, they always post content that at the end of the day they will regret. So we need to make sure that we teach our children what and what not to do, to post. What and what not to do. We should not say being digital or is scary or something, because it is a tool that is amplifying us being visible. Do you understand? So definitely they are going to get there. I know a lot of us have had a wider reach from what we ought to, because normally we would have been in our own small space. But because of the social media platforms currently, we are able to go and have a wider reach. So we must train our children. We must not be afraid of it. We must train our children to use the digital tools wisely. But first, we must learn to use these digital tools wisely. And if we are able to learn to use these digital tools wisely, we'll be able to teach our children. And we must also apply discipline. Discipline is very, very important because if they are not disciplined, they will misuse it and it becomes an addiction. Thank you so much. So I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that there is a very great need to be very digital, and you should not fear being digital. So it shouldn't scare you. You should just make sure that you are using it wisely and that you are training your children to use it wisely. Thank you.
Wow. Come on, let's give our train the trainers round of applause. Let's count to 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was beautiful, right? And insightful. Wow, I learned a lot. I was just speaking the points. And I believe our parents here, teachers here, guardians here, you've learned a lot. Do you have a question for her? Okay. Those of you who have questions, just do me a favor. Write down the questions and send them to me. I've been walking around the hall. I'll take your questions, all right? So right about now, we're going to bring up our final speaker. But before we do that, one house, shine the light. Are you tired? You're tired? Wow. We're wrapping up, all right? But let's shine the light together. Don't be tired to shine the light. Say to your neighbor, don't be tired to shine the light. Say to yourself, I will not be tired to shine the light. All right, so shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. So, yeah, we're going to be done in the next few minutes, all right? But before we bring on the next speaker, we want to call our convener and everyone who has joined her, everyone volunteer who has joined her on this course. If you're a volunteer of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, please come forward. We want to have a special photo session. Wow, you're the first to come forward. Nice. Please come forward. You know yourselves.
What Chika said. Chika, something you said was exactly part of my opening speech at the flag-off ceremony in Asaba. We said, there's something you said now, we should teach them how to live online before they begin to live alone, right? So we're also saying we are in a world where our children could be influenced by the social media before we even teach them anything, before we influence them. So you also said something that resonates loudly with our opening remarks in Asaba, the flag-off ceremony, where we said we should teach, the social media is not the problem. We should teach them how to navigate that space, not with fear, because it's here. Do we understand? A round of applause for you. So please, so please, all the volunteers working with us, hello, 1 second before we go to the final. Can we have a photo session with speakers in Enugu for the records? Quickly, everyone.
All right. So volunteers are the ones wearing this shirt. Most. Come now, join mommy. Wow. Volunteers, please come, please come. Volunteers, team members. All right. All right. All right. Let's give them a big hand. These are, please, hello, sir. Hello. I beg, just help me. Help me with this. These are the team members that put together. All right, so our second speaker, our final speaker, please get ready. But one of your own wants to greet you, Barrister Doris. She wants to say hello. Please, can you put your hands together for her?
Okay. Just before she comes up, she was meant to speak today, but her voice is why she actually decided to just say a short goodwill message to us all. She was with us in Anambra also yesterday yes. So please appreciate her, and she was very instrumental for today's.
Can we just clap, please? You know, I like to teach people to appreciate people. And that's maybe what I have to do this afternoon. Enugu, I want you to clap for the convener. No. That clap was one I saw in Ebo yesterday. Please clap, Enugu, clap. Better. You know, from this side of the world, we know that when we appreciate people, they do more. So I insisted that I will speak because I know my people will be looking out. Where is she? I tried so much to use the voice yesterday in Ebonyi State. I guess the damage became bad because of what the movement is all about. I was compelled, even when I knew I was struggling with my voice. And today again, I said, no, I must be here. And of course, you know, for some of you, I kept talking to, please come and learn. You have seen it today. Your eyes have been opened as a parent and as a teacher. And it's a movement you have to preach everywhere and tell people to listen. It's a conversation that must be heard, and people must listen. So I want to say thank you to the convener. I salute you, ma. I salute your strength. I salute what you stand for. And I also want to appreciate all the speakers, those that have left and those who are here. Thank you so much for bringing out your time to be here. And I want to appreciate the Enugu people. You know, please, we are going to shine this light. We are going to shine this light, please. You know, when you hear these heartening stories shared by people who have at the forefront, we don't see these things, but there are people that are seeing them. But we see them, we don't recognize it. That's the truth. But now we have made a pledge that we'll be recognizing it when they see them in class. I'm not here to say so much, but I want to thank you for coming out, and I want to promise, even to the convener, so that she will even be beating her chest and sleeping. It's not easy to be going from state to state. She really wants to see impact. And I believe so. And if not for anywhere, for Enugu State, we're going to show her that we're going to make the impact. So thank you very much. And God bless all of you.
Wow. Can we give her another big hand? Okay. All right. So are you ready for our final speaker? Yeah, she's ready. She's already, taking her sleeves up because she's ready to take you on a wonderful voyage. Multimedia, let's have a citation, please.
Sandra Annie is a recognized values advancement strategist and moral development advocate, renowned for driving transformational initiatives that strengthen character and rebuild the moral fabric of society. She leads the internationally acclaimed Values for Daily Living (VDL) movement, born from our groundbreaking book, now used in schools across the world, providing a unifying framework that addresses moral decline and promotes value-driven living across cultures. A sought-after speaker, Sandra is known for her compelling insights and her ability to inspire audiences towards ethical consciousness, personal responsibility, and purposeful leadership. She is also the founder of the Parent Conclave, a vibrant community helping young moms raise value-grounded children, and the author of influential parenting guides, Roots in Life Alarm, which equip families with practical wisdom for intentional parenting. Grounded in her faith as a lover of Christ and devoted to her family as a wife and mother of four, Sandra Annie stands as a dynamic force, shaping a value-driven generation and advancing moral renewal across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Sandra Annie.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Thank you. I want to start by apologizing for not showing up in Oka and Ebonyi State. But then it was for an obvious reason, the same mission. I was invited to be in a committee of something that is also shaping our nation, and I had to leave. Sorry for that, ma'am, even though I explained to you, but I know I had even some VDL ambassadors in tertiary institution. They were telling me, we can't wait to see you. I heard you're coming. They were all there. But I had to just step out because of that mission. I also want to say thank you, ma, for what you're doing. Thank you so much for this platform. Thank you for the drive to push what you're pushing. It's a timely conversation, very timely. And I'm also passionate about stuff like this because I know it's addressing the issue, the menace we are facing in our society. The decline is visible, that you feel it everywhere you go, in schools, workplaces, markets, everywhere. But I thank God for platforms like this that is bringing about change. I hope we are not tired because this is the last session, and I want to believe that we're also ready to receive what I have to share today. Because I've come with something profound, something very important that we need to go home with. Today's topic, I'm discussing on character and life, navigating values and vices. Navigating values and vices. Next slide, please. I have a quote that I would love you to read with me, and I'll have a question for you after that. This quote says, character and life are inseparable. Every choice we make, every value we model, and every vice we ignore shapes the kind of people our children become. True or false? True or false? If we must, the theme is raising the next generation. So if we must get it right, if we must get it right for our nation, we need to get the young ones right. And you can't separate character from life because their values, their behavior, their attitudes, what informs what they do, is the sum total of their character. Character. Sorry. So, character and life are inseparable. I'm so happy you're able to affirm to that belief. And the quality of our children's life is ultimately shaped by the quality of their character. Every day our children are faced with decisions to make. They are faced with vices that can destroy them. And they are wondering, how do we navigate this? I'll tell you a story. I've worked with young people for over a decade, and for the longest, I'll tell you that most times our young people do not know what to do. I've been in conversations with young people, and something has remained constant. Because what I'm about to share is based on my discovery. It's not something I've read somewhere, but it's something that is a proven fact. It's something I have observed more than 10 years now in this value advocacy I've been doing for the past decade. Our young people, okay, let me ask, what do you think is the problem actually? Because we see these vices, we see it everywhere. We see many things happening in school. I know we've shared a lot of things, parenting, the gap there, but there is something that has stood out that I'm here to reveal to everyone. And that is lack of purpose. And that is what I want to introduce to you today. Can I get the next slide, please? Navigating values and vices. If you know me, you know that this is a popular slang for me, that everything rises and falls on values. Values remain the invisible framework that determines choices, it shapes character, and ultimately defines outcomes in life. For where values are clear and upheld, life rises. Where they are compromised, decline is inevitable. Next slide. Like I said, the menace in our society and why young people must be our focus is because of this discovery. I remember visiting a school in Enugu State, and we had a conversation with young people. One quietly said to me that their problem is that they lack direction. They lack direction. So who is to give that direction? Because where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So we are to channel these young ones to the right direction. See, focus blinds, vision blinds, purpose blinds. Even you as an adult, if you have a vision, people can't drag you anyhow. Because you're looking forward, you're looking up to something. You want to achieve that thing. Before someone asks you and is dragging you, please attend to this, attend to that. Because of what you're doing, you'll be intentional to know if you can step out a bit to attend to that thing. Because you're committed to something. Our young people lack focus. And why they lack this focus? Based on my discovery, I want to reveal something I feel or I believe we should look into. And I tagged it, pillars of purpose. Now we're looking at the child. Can I get the next slide? We have the child, parents, and school. Now, what truly defines a child? Based on my discovery, like I said, we have other characteristics. But you see this, purpose, values, such as respect, love, discipline, integrity, character, behavior, and attitude. Our children must grow in line with this because, like I said, where purpose is not known, abuse is what? Inevitable. A child is shaped by the purpose that gives direction, values that guide decision, character that defines identity, behavior that what? Reflects growth, and attitude that determines outcome. Who are you raising as a parent? Who are you raising as an educator? Here is a food for thought for you to believe in this discovery. Now show me a rich man's child who despises the poor, and I will show you an adult who lacks empathy and compassion. Show me a child who has grown with a sense of purpose, and I will show you an adult who will make meaningful impact in his generation. I have about 4 of them there. Show me a child who also feels entitled. We have children that are so entitled today. And I will show you an adult who lacks what? Gratitude. These are the values we are talking about. These are the things that shape that informs our decision. Because when you look at the menace that is happening, you link it to the lack of moral values. The decline is there. I also talked about showing me a child. Now imagine, show me a child who has been taught the sacredness of and value of life, and I will show you an adult who feels killing is an option. Who feels that what? Killing is an option. It's no longer news how children even killed. Today we've discussed it here. Killing their parents, slaughtering everyone like chicken. There's a problem. So the idea is that we need to point our children towards a life of impact. Growing up, my mom would always tell me that life is what? For impact. And not through my life, I have lived a life of impact. When I was serving in NYSC in 2012, I emerged the overall best corps member out of 4,000 and something corps members in my year. If you want to clap, clap. Please clap. It's a bragging right. But it didn't stop there because that thing was a pointer to what I'm doing today. I won't be here if there was no yesterday. Those things I did then. So purpose propels you. Purpose directs you. It shapes and informs the decisions you take. So when I was doing all those community service projects, they will pay me alawi. I'll use my alawi and go and do one project. However, I never knew that at the end of all those things I was doing, that will be, there's an award for it. No. I wasn't even doing it because of what I would get. It was a corps member that observed all I was doing and said, Sandra, do you know that as a corps member, all these things you're doing, you're supposed to be documenting them? I said, like how? She said, yes, you're supposed to be documenting them. Because at the end of it, you do what? You submit it to Federal Secretariat then. I'm like, wow. And at the end of it, there are processes it will have to go through. And that was how I started. By then, I had even gone far. Renovated a motherless baby's home, did a couple of projects, empowerment and all. Just because of what I was taught when I was a younger person. That life was for what? Impact. Because where you don't know that it's for impact, you can decide to do the wrong things. And that shaped my decision. It shaped all I did as a growing child. So our children should know that life is what? For impact. Because it gives them a sense of purpose, responsibility, and accountability. When they have a sense of purpose, it gives them what? A sense of what? Responsibility and accountability. You see children growing up, we are telling them that life is for purpose, for a purpose, you need to, because now they are aware. That awareness has come. How do you do that? Daily, you keep reassuring them that this is what it is. In my house, you see us having conversations. We'll be telling the children, how will history remember you? If you know Ms. Gabriel, I know Ms. Gabriel is one of the leading tech companies in Africa, to the glory of God. If you've been to the office, one of the frames you will see is what? What next? We are so fixated in shaping even what our children see because of our belief and our discovery. In your house, how are your children believing these ideals? That life is for impact. The eye gate is powerful. What you even put on the frame that they are seeing is informing them. Is educating them. Is enlightening them. And you see a frame and it's telling you, how will history remember you? It shapes the thought pattern of the child, where the child is beginning to know that, I'm here to make a difference. I'm here to do something. Because like I said, over the past decade, a lot of young people are confused. They have opened up that they lack direction. Because nobody directed them. Nobody is directing them. So what do you expect? Any other thing they see, they can decide to experiment with drugs. They can decide to do fraud and do other couple of things. Because there is no sense of purpose and responsibility. Now, the other pillar of purpose is parents' role in navigating values and vices. This is very, very particular for me because I understand the role of parents in the lives of children. I am a parent as well. And I understand our power as shapers, transformers of destiny. You can't leave it for the school alone. You have to play your own role because the home is the first place where we nurture and instill these values. Is the home. And one thing I want to recommend to every parent seated here, if you're a parent seated here, I want to recommend this to you. I practice it in my home. It's something that is happening in my home. Please, every family, this is how you begin to introduce these values. You should have what I call family what? Values. There are guiding principles that guide these children in the home. And what are these values? There are so many of them. And I would want to mention a couple of them. Modesty, honesty, a lot of them. I want to hear from you as well. Can you list them? Let's list them. Integrity. Gratitude, beautiful, because we're having a lot of entitled children. Gratitude, more values, respect, and all that. So, but today, while we are adding that as part of our family values, please, I want to recommend compassion and spirituality. I'll be lying to you if I don't mention that aspect. We need to introduce our children to the God we serve. The God factor is very important. And that talks about their relationship with God, how we guide them to know. Like growing up, mom will always tell me that, don't do this because I will flog you. Don't underestimate the power of what you say to your children. It will shape tomorrow. It will inform their decision. She would always tell us, she was a teacher then. She would always tell us, don't do this because I will do what? Flog you. Do it. Or rather, don't do it because God is watching you. So even when I'm out and my mom is not there, I'm still afraid that I don't want to, do that wrong thing. I'm careful because he's an invisible God. I can't even see him. But at the same time, that word rings a bell. Do not do it because what? Someone is watching you. You come to some homes then, you're seeing some stuffs on their door. As for me and my family, we will serve the Lord. You see that conscious effort, that modest effort in bringing back the values that matter. The values that matter. Because we are losing it. We are losing it. So our parenting should nurture children who understands that life is for what? Impact. See, if you raise your children to understand this, it will give them a sense of purpose. It will give them a sense of purpose. Remember, they will still grow. So you're not asking. It might be vague, it might not be really clear, but for the fact you've introduced something, it's shaping their thought pattern. It's informing the decisions they make. It's informing their what? Choices. Let's go to the next slide. And then the school. The school is also a wonderful platform where children learn. These values are taught, But then they can't do it in isolation. They need a partnership with parents. Am I right? Jenny, you're a school owner. You would understand what I'm saying. They need that partnership with parents to be able to achieve that. So, but why I'm mentioning school is also for the fact that it takes a community to raise a child. If you were at a video conference last year in October, we were having our panel discussion. And a child, while we were talking, thank you, my dear. While we were talking, a child stood up and said, because that very child is an ambassador. I have a lot of ambassadors. So that very child is an ambassador, and he stood up and asked, what if you are the only one upholding these values in your home? I think Barrister Doris was there, and I think it was Doris. Were you there? Beautiful. What if you are the only one upholding these values? Meaning that even the parents you're looking up to, they lack integrity, nothing. and this is you because of the platform or the community you belong to that is shaping your mind, what do you do? It was an open question. And that brings me to the fact that some of our children are struggling because the home has failed, but then, please, let's see that even the school will not fail. Let's see that we have what I call genuineness of purpose, sincerity of purpose. If you understand that teaching is a sacred job, you will be that teacher that will stand in the gap for this type of child. You will stand in the gap because we have a lot of them. So if they're not feeding from the home, and maybe they don't go to church, and the school is the only place they come to, please, we need to do what? Save the child. Let's save them for a better tomorrow. They can't lead and thrive when we don't instill the values that they need. We don't help them shape their character. We don't guide them to make the right choices. We are planning for what? A very big disaster if we don't do all that. So please, the school should stand in the gap for such reasons. We are shaping the character of our children to shape what? Our nation. And I also mentioned that even in our teaching, our curriculum, like I said, I traveled to Abuja and I was opportune to be in a place where we are to deciding a couple of things as regards to reformation. So when we talk about our curriculum, what should our curriculum look like? I'm privileged to develop a curriculum that, because right now my organization, the foundation, has adopted 5 schools to establish what we call the VDL clubs, Values Transformational Club, in schools in Enugu State. 5. We have Roseville, Seat of Wisdom, Graceland, and some other schools. What are we doing? I'm beginning to redefine some certain things for our young people. Because based on this discovery, now I know I have a content I titled Fame. Because our young people, everybody wants to be famous. But I redefined fame for them. What does it mean to be famous? Who is a famous person? And how is that your fame shaping or affecting the next person beside you? It is still the same Bible that says that we are the light of the world. And we need to shine. And let it do what? Touch other people around us. So those role models you're looking at, and you call them famous, on what moral basis? So you that want to become famous as a student, you that want to, what impact are you making? The truth is that you are called to be a light. But imagine when the child does not even know that he or she is called to make impact. Like I said, where purpose is not known, what happens? Abuse becomes what? Inevitable. That is why you see them engage in some immoral activities that you might not want them to get into. Vices. We redefine these things. Our curriculum should address some critical issues as regards to what? Values. Because some of these children are counting on you. I'm a parent. I don't own a school. But what I do with my foundation has given me a great privilege to shape lives. I would say that it has taken a lot from me, physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, but it has given me peace and utmost satisfaction. Working with young people. Working with young people. Because I understand the sacredness of our work. So please, teachers, do this with some sense of what? Sincerity, genuineness of purpose. As a teacher, why are you doing what you are doing? And then how do you want to do it? Every child is called to fulfill a purpose on earth. True or false? Every single person. Now, Madam Augusta is here. From her, she says she's a bank manager, but look at what she's doing. This is purpose. So regardless, everybody is here to do something. So please, let's guide our children and ensure that they get it right. We don't fail them. The family shouldn't fail, and the child should not also fail, because when the child understands purpose, the child would want to, take responsibility and accountability, knowing that I don't have to fail myself, I don't have to fail my family, I don't even have to fail God, and I can't fail my society. This is the kind of children we want to raise now. And these are the kind of children who will do what? Thrive and live and lead. So like I said here, teachers should often ask, what do you want to know? To be known for? How will what? History remember you? What difference do you want to make in your generation? You see, these questions, they are very ideal. We need to constantly remind our children this. What do you want to, what solution, what difference do you want to make? Even if they can't answer it now, let it be something that we keep putting, before them. The way they have their nursery rhyme, we'll find ways to make these things meaningful. We've heard a lot of speakers. We've heard Jenny, we've heard Chika, we've heard Coach David. We've heard a lot of people, and we are learning from everyone. And in sum total, is going to bring the desired word, solution, and outcome we truly desire. Conclusion. So life is shaped not by chances, but by character. Every day, our choices between values and vices define who we become and the quality of our lives. Values give direction and purpose, while unchecked vices erode what? Judgment and destiny. I always say that character is destiny. You can't separate these two. So through intentional parenting, responsible leadership, and personal accountability, we shape character, and in doing so, secure the future of the next generation. And in all, we should all be values aligned. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's give Lady Sandra Annie 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. Wow, the hall is very full now. Say to your neighbor, thanks for staying to the end. We have something for you. Oh, I'm just kidding. So we're just going to take our pledge, all right, and then we'll call our convener to give us our closing remarks. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. So I hope you're going to shine the light once you leave this place. Will you? All right, so we have a pledge that we take. So I'll kindly ask that we stand to our feet as we do that. All right. I'm just going to give one person. Okay, there's somebody behind already. All right. I'm going to give that gentleman an opportunity to ask only one question. And we still have 3 speakers here. So you ask the question with respect to any of them and their presenting. Come forward, sir. Please, let's give him a big hand.
So thank you very much. The convener, I greet you. Actually, I think you deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for organizing this type of thing. My name is Professor Chukwudi. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a consultant and a professor of medicine. So I brought my child. I didn't know I was supposed to partake. But I just said, let me just look in and to see what was happening. And eventually I was caught up, even to the end of it. Even when he wanted to leave, my child wanted to leave, I told him to stay back. You are going to learn one or two things. I have a few comments to make for the improvement of this. And then I also have some few questions to ask. Please, I crave your indulgence. The number one comment I want to make is that it looks as if some of the presenters do not connect their PowerPoint with what they teach. In PowerPoint presentation, we have what we call rule of 8. I don't know whether you know about rule of 8 in PowerPoint presentation, whereby your PowerPoint should not be crowded. It should not be more than 8 lines, and it shouldn't contain more than 8, something like that. And then the color of your PowerPoint should be able to be catchy. Those beautiful colors that are good to the eyes. The yellow, the white colors we are using, and then background should be very deep blue. So there's a way you do, and then when you talk and then you connect with your, we are teachers, I'm a teacher. So we use PowerPoint a lot. So I want to advise that you also key into that to add to this beautiful idea. It's very wonderful. Madam, I thank you again. It's a wonderful thing. And then I enjoyed most of the teachings. And then, but I have a comment to make. And I always tell my people, I don't know why people pride in saying that my child is in boarding school. My child is in boarding school. And meanwhile, we are talking about connecting with children, and you take your children to boarding school. As I stand now, I was in boarding school at the time. I'm a product of boarding school. I hope you are getting me. But have you forgotten, as a medical doctor I am, and as a parent, the most important period in the life of a child is that period of conflict, that teenage period, where the child may have the body of an adult, but the brain of a child, where the child will need a lot of guidance from the parents. And you now, because of convenience, because you are working, because of one or two, I'm not trying to judge you. You take your child to boarding school and you come in the open to say, my child is in boarding school. I don't understand that, sincerely speaking. Because when a child comes home, sometimes they come with burden that they need to share with the parents. And the parents are not around. And you say the teachers, the guardians are there to take care of the child, the truth. I don't think the thing is connecting. I would have been a big criminal today because of boarding school. Just the hand of God that delivered me. 2 of my colleagues are dead. They've killed them in armed robbery stuff. But God actually delivered me because my father was a teacher. And then we talk about parenting. Parenting, of course, we know we have different types of parenting styles. Indulgence, negligence, authoritarian, authoritative. And all these things, they play together. I don't want to give another lecture together anyway. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm not in any way trying to say people who put their children in boarding school that they are not doing well at all. But we shouldn't be so proud enough to say as parents, you are taking your child to boarding school, leaving the responsibility left for you in the hands of strangers. Another one again is the issue of taking our children to school early enough. Are you getting it? You see a child of 6 months, the mother is taking the child to school. You say he's a baby. I think these things should be incorporated in what you teach people. It shouldn't be allowed. Even in the way children, the way we define life. We talk about neonates, a child less than 1 month, 28 days of age. We talk about infant from that 28 days to 1 year. We talk about toddler from 1 year to 3 years. Talk about preschool. Before the age of 5, then you talk about school. Why do we mention preschool? It tells you that this child is not supposed to be in school. He should be with the father. He should be with the family. He should be playing. But I have a friend now, a good friend of mine. The son got admission to study medicine at the age of 14. Actually, age of 13. And then eventually, I don't know, they made a mistake in his date of birth. And JAM now refused to issue the admission letter. This guy, throughout yesterday, my phone did not rest. He's been inundating I'm a dean somewhere in a medical school. He's been disturbing my life. I said, why are you troubling this small boy? Allow him to go and just let him play at home. What is a 13, 14-year-old boy doing in medical school? I think as parents, please incorporate this type of thing. Let us know. Let us learn one or two things. Thank you very much. Yes, Chairman, please. I have already collected your contact. I will call you. We are going to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are doing something about redefining some policy around child foundational education in Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Wow. We're shining the lights, right? All right, so can we stand up for the pledge? One house, shine the light. Come on, Enugu, shine the light. Calm down, we'll start again. You didn't quite get it right. Shine the light, Nigeria. Shine the light, Enugu State. Shine the light. Now let's take the pledge. We're going to read it out loud and mean it. Can you see? 1, 2, go. We stand today not to be informed, but to be transformed. We pledge to turn insight into action, knowledge into impact, and training into measurable results. From this moment, we will teach with clarity, lead with courage, and train with purpose. We will raise the standard, multiply value, and refuse mediocrity. What we have learned, we will apply immediately. Who we have become here, we will live out daily. We commit to excellence, consistency, and execution. We commit to building people, shaping futures, and driving change. This is our charge. This is our responsibility. This is our moment. One more time, let's take the charge together. One more time, say, this is our charge. This is our charge. This is our responsibility. This is our moment. Say to the next person by your side. Tell that person, this is your charge. This is your responsibility. And this is your moment. Make some noise. And right about now, let's make welcome our convener for our closing remarks. Please give her a big hand.
Thank you, thank you. Please, 1 second. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't just gather for another summit. We ignited something in you. True? So we came here as facilitators, trainers, leaders, dreamers, but we are living as torch bearers. Remember, that shine the light is symbolical. Okay? So, a movement that says Enugu will not be silent. Remember, the unmute voices ones, yeah? A movement that says Nigeria will not be mediocre. Our children will live above mediocrity, right? And our youth will live a purposeful life, just like Sandra, taught us. So this summit was born out of passion, pain, and some level of what is, I don't know, a whole lot of what is happening, and then deep-rooted purpose. So how do we raise trainers who don't just teach? Who don't just teach, but who are deeply connected to the people they are teaching? How do we awaken our children's destinies? And today, standing here and looking into your eyes, I know that that answer is you. That answer is me. That is why I came to Enugu. Enugu, make some noise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The answer is you. We'll shine the light. We'll get it right. Thank you very much.
All right, now, before we say bye-bye, please, that's our social media handles. We want you to go there. Now, this number on WhatsApp, how many of you have said hello to us? Shine the light, Enugu. That's what we want to see on WhatsApp. We're going to add you to our WhatsApp channel. and you get all the necessary information from that channel. Somebody came just now and asked me, how can I get the slides for all of the speakers who spoke today? Oh, some of you want the slides as well? All right, reach out to us on WhatsApp. We'll communicate with you on every other information that you possibly would need. Thank you so much, Enugu. God bless you. DJ, thank you. My name is Rookie. Thank you. Somebody asked me, what's your name? My name is Rookie. Thank you.
The Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, advocating for children's brighter future.